Bé, doncs bon dia a tothom. Faré la intervenció en català i tinc aquí la companya nostra de la Direcció General que farà la traducció, que és la nostra companya Inara, que també és una companya que està implicada i involucrada en el projecte CLIMAAX.
Well, she's saying good morning to everybody, and that she will do her intervention in Catalan, and I will be translating it.
Molt bé, doncs volia donar-vos la benvinguda com a directora general de Protecció Civil de Catalunya, de la Generalitat de Catalunya, en aquesta jornada del projecte CLIMAAX. Gràcies a tots per venir aquí, representants de les regions i municipis, guanyadors del finançament del projecte, socis del consorci, representants de les regions pilot, autoritats tècniques, científiques i operatives i actors claus de la gestió del risc i l'adaptació al canvi climàtic a Europa.
On behalf of the General Directorate of Civil Protection of the Regional Government of Catalonia, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this workshop of the CLIMAAX project. Thank you to everybody for being here, representatives of the region and the municipalities that won the open calls, consortium partners, representatives of the pilot regions, technical, scientific and operational authorities, and key actors in risk management and adaptation to climate change in Europe.
La vostra presència aquí demostra que hi ha un compromís real i compartit amb aquest projecte i amb l'adaptació al canvi climàtic. Per nosaltres, acollir aquesta jornada té un valor especial, no només perquè Catalunya és una de les regions pilot d'aquest projecte, sinó també perquè l'esperit del CLIMAAX connecta directament amb una de les nostres prioritats més grans que ha marcat aquest govern de la Generalitat i que és enfortir la resiliència de les nostres comunitats davant d'un clima que ja està canviant.
Your presence shows that beyond the formal frameworks, there is a real and shared commitment to these projects and to climate change adaptation. For us, hosting this workshop is very special, not only because Catalonia is one of the pilots of the project, but because the spirit of CLIMAAX connects directly with one of the biggest priorities of the institution, which is strengthening the resilience of our communities in the face of a climate that is already changing.
Catalunya, com sabeu, és una regió amb una gran diversitat territorial. Tenim àrees costaneres densament urbanitzades, tenim també una superfície molt gran de massa boscosa, tenim entorns de muntanya, rius de caràcter torrencial i una extensa xarxa d'infraestructures estratègiques. Tot això en un context demogràfic que són més de 8 milions de persones distribuïdes en aproximadament 1.000 municipis.
Catalonia, as you may know, is a diverse region. We have densely urbanized coastal areas, large areas of forests, mountain environments, torrential rivers, and an extensive network of strategic infrastructures. And all of these in a demographic context of more than 8 million people distributed in nearly 1,000 municipalities.
Aquesta complexitat ens obliga a planificar i a estar preparats per respondre de manera eficaç a episodis de risc i d'emergència. Certament ja estem experimentant directament aquests impactes del canvi climàtic amb onades de calor cada vegada més llargues i que impacten en la salut pública. També estem patint episodis de pluja extrema i que afecten a municipis, a les comunitats locals de forma important. També tenim incendis forestals de gran potencial que dificulten la seva extinció i que amenacen a població de zones periurbanes i amb una temporada d'incendis que cada vegada s'allarga més en el temps.
This complexity forces us to plan and prepare to respond effectively to risk episodes and emergencies We are certainly already directly experiencing the impacts of climate change, with longer heat waves, with episodes of extreme rainfall, and with high potential forest fires that make their extinction difficult, and that threaten the population in peri-urban areas, and with a fire season that is extending year after year.
Aquests fenòmens que ara comentàvem no són fets aïllats, no són excepcions, sinó que d'alguna manera són senyals d'aquesta transformació de sistema i que per part nostra, de la Direcció General de Protecció Civil, no podem ignorar i hem d'afrontar-les. Nosaltres, com a Direcció General, hem identificat aquesta necessitat de forma clara i de forma urgent. Hem de disposar d'informació, informació que sigui sòlida i informació pràctica per saber com evolucionen aquests riscos, i hi ha moltes preguntes que creiem que necessiten resposta. Per exemple, si és que han d'haver noves zones de risc, amb quina freqüència hem d'esperar aquest tipus de fenòmens, i el que és molt important, com han de ser aquests sistemes nostres de detecció, d'alerta, i si estem preparats per a aquests esdeveniments que ja estan succeint i continuaran succeint en el futur.
The mentioned phenomena do not happen in isolation. They are not exceptions. They are signs of a systemic transformation that, as Directorate General of Civil Protection in Catalonia, we cannot ignore, and actually we do not want to ignore. At the Directorate General, we identify a clear and urgent need, which is having solid and practical information on how climate risks are evolving. For example, we want to know where will new risk areas emerge, or, for example, how often can we expect certain extreme weather phenomena, and more importantly, if our detection, alert, and response systems are prepared for future events.
Totes aquestes preguntes que dèiem no sempre tenen una resposta clara, per això creiem que projectes com aquests, el CLIMAAX, representa per nosaltres una oportunitat per promoure i aplicar aquest coneixement científic en els nostres plans, en la nostra organització, i estar així més preparats per la resposta. A banda d'aquesta col·laboració i poder obtenir aquests resultats dintre del context del projecte, CLIMAAX també ens permet conèixer altres regions, pilots i col·laboradores que estan avui aquí, esteu aquí representades, i poder intercanviar experiències i impressions i pràctiques, i entre tots compartir aquest espai de reflexió, d'aprenentatge i d'innovació que a tots ens pot beneficiar.
These are questions that do not always have straightforward answers, and for this reason, CLIMAAX represents an opportunity for us to promote and apply scientific knowledge in our prevention, preparedness, and response plans and action in general. In addition to all that, to collaborating and obtaining results, CLIMAAX has allowed us to meet other pilots and collaborating regions who are represented here today, to exchange experiences, impressions, and practices, and then sharing a space for reflection, learning, and innovation together.
Una lliçó important que ens deixa aquest procés és la coordinació entre els nivells de govern, d'institucions, a les diverses disciplines i regions, que no tan sols diríem que és útil, sinó que diríem que és totalment imprescindible. El canvi climàtic no el podríem entendre no entén de fronteres, ni de competències, ni d'estats, i per tant el CLIMAAX el que ens ofereix aquest llenguatge comú i la possibilitat de compartir tant problemes, possibles enfocaments i solucions entre tots nosaltres. La Direcció General de Protecció Civil està fortament compromesa en participar i en promoure aquest tipus de relacions i buscar alternatives per poder trobar solucions entre tots.
An important lesson can be extracted from this process, and it is the coordination between levels of government, institutions, disciplines, and regions is not only useful, it is essential, actually. Climate change does not understand, does not make any difference between administrative borders or competences or sectors, and that's why CLIMAAX offers us a common language and the possibility of sharing approaches and possible solutions. The Directorate General of Civil Protection is committed to participating and promoting relationships with science and research to anticipate all these challenges and seek alternatives.
Volem agrair especialment al Consorci del projecte i a la Comissió Europea per donar suport a aquesta lògica, a aquesta manera de treball col·lectiu que va, doncs, podríem dir que és una forma de governança del risc. I també vull donar les gràcies a totes les institucions i organitzacions de Catalunya que han donat suport al nostre pilot dins del CLIMAAX i a les regions i municipis que avui també hi són, i de les que també tenim l'interès en aprendre. Aquesta trobada hauríem de dir que forma part d'un punt, una fase més d'aquest camí que continua treballant i caminant i que al final el que desitgem és que hi hagi aquest resultat impliqui que tinguem unes eines de millor planificació. I que en aquesta millor planificació, com a govern i com a Generalitat, puguem prendre millors decisions.
We would like to thank the Project Consortium and the European Commission in particular for supporting this logic of collective work. It is a form of risk governance. I would like also to thank the institutions and organizations in Catalonia that have supported our pilot and the regions and municipalities that are with us here today. The meeting is not an arrival point, but one more stage on a path that continues, and a path where results and developments must translate into better planning, and because this better planning should facilitate decision-making.
Doncs bé, des de la nostra Direcció General de Protecció Civil de Catalunya volem expressar, ens reafirmem en aquest compromís amb el projecte CLIMAAX i amb tots els territoris que esteu avui aquí presents en aquest auditori. Nosaltres seguirem treballant per assegurar que aquesta col·laboració que tenim es traslladi en més seguretat, més coneixement compartit i més capacitat d'anticipar-nos. Us vull animar a aprofitar aquesta jornada, compartir idees i enfortir aquesta xarxa que estem construint i perquè creiem de manera ferma que aquesta mirada conjunta i col·lectiva és la que ens ajudarà a enfrontar aquest repte. Moltes gràcies a tots i que vagi molt bé la jornada.
From the General Directorate of Civil Protection in Catalonia, we reaffirm our commitment to CLIMAAX and to all the territories represented here today. We will continue to work to ensure that this collaboration translates into greater safety, more shared knowledge, and greater capacity for anticipation. And we encourage you to take advantage of this day to share ideas, improve tools, and strengthen the networks we are building. Because it's thanks to this collective and forward-looking view that we will be able to overcome the challenge ahead of us. Finally, she says, thank you all for coming, and she wishes you to enjoy the day of today.
Good morning. Authorities, members of the European Commission. It's a true honor as Director for the Transfer, Innovation and Entrepreneurship of the Technical University of Catalonia, the UPC, to welcome you to this CLIMAAX Barcelona workshop dedicated to showcasing the successes and lessons learned from the implementation of the CLIMAAX project across Europe. Hosting this event is not only a source of pride for the UPC, but also available opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to transferring knowledge and technology to the society and the productive sectors, particularly in the field of climatic adaptation and resilience. At the UPC, we firmly believe that research cannot remain confined to laboratories. Our responsibility as a public university, and indeed our mission, is to ensure that the knowledge we generate through research, innovation, and education reach those who need it most: municipalities, business, public administrations, and citizens. The CLIMAAX project is a prime example of this vision. Building climate resilience demands a multidisciplinary approach, from hydraulic engineering to data science, from risk management to urban planning and environmental modeling. It also requires collaborative work across sectors, scales, and institutions. That is why at the UPC we feel deeply aligned with the project philosophy and objectives. And it is also why we believe we have a duty as a public technological university to put our capabilities at the service of the region and society at large. Let me close by thanking all those who have made this project, especially Daniel Sampera and his team, and thank you for trusting the UPC to host this important workshop, and I'm confident that these sessions will be a rich source of shared knowledge, practical insights, and collective inspiration as we continue working together towards a more resilient future. Welcome to Barcelona, welcome to our country, and enjoy the city and enjoy this workshop. Thank you.
I guess it's my turn now. So good morning, everyone, and it's my pleasure to welcome you at this workshop on behalf of the European Commission. So my name is Sophie Berger, and I work for the European Commission as part of the Secretariat of the EU Mission on Adaptation to Climate Change, which is an initiative to which CLIMAAX is part of. But before starting, I would like to thank the CLIMAAX project and their team for not only the dedication for today's event, but also more generally for what they do with the project and for delivering real and on-the-ground support for regions and communities across Europe. With the launch of the EU Mission on Adaptation to Climate Change, the European Commission committed to supporting at least 150 regions and communities to become climate resilient by 2030. And why do we focus on regions and local actors? It's because we are convinced that this is where the change truly happens. While EU policies often focus on the national level, implementation really happens locally. And so this is really why we think that adaptation should be rooted in the local realities, also because the risks and the vulnerability varies a lot between countries, between regions and between local authorities, not only countries. And this is also why the mission on adaptation is really bottom-up, and it really avoids to have one-size-fits-all approach, but rather it offers a flexible ecosystems of services, tools, opportunities to support each region's journey to climate resilience, and CLIMAAX is part of it. CLIMAAX is indeed a flagship initiative of the mission, and when the Commission funded this project, we gave the consortium a really clear mandate, which was first to develop a harmonized framework to assess climate risk at the regional level. Then it was to go one step further beyond theory. It was putting that into practice by providing a practical toolbox to implement that framework. And third, really to drive action, which is at the core of the mission. We asked them to support at least 50 regions and local authorities, both technically and financially. And I'm very happy to say that today, CLIMAAX is really on track to exceed those expectations, because at the moment, the project is supporting 69 regions, which is well beyond the target. And so far, what I can see and what I can hear from the scientific feedback of CLIMAAX is actually very promising. So I really look forward to what's coming next. Now, I would like to say a word to the 69 regions and local authorities that are funded under CLIMAAX, and I'd like to welcome you, not only in this workshop, but more broadly in the adaptation mission community. And I really encourage you to explore and make the most of what the mission can offer you. The mission is really here to support you, not just CLIMAAX, well beyond that. And amongst four of you, there are four regions, amongst all of you, there are 4 regions and local authorities that have recently gone one step further and formally joined the mission by signing the charter. And so I would like really to acknowledge the work of Sanliurfa Metropolitan Municipality from Turkey, Cluj Metropolitan Area from Romania, Municipio di Viana de Castello in Portugal, and Marche region in Italy. I'm sorry, it seemed like a good idea to say your name before and really put the spotlight on you, but I've probably butchered your name. But really, I'd like to congratulate you, because signing the mission charter is more than a symbolic act. It's also a political commitment that will give you greater visibility for your adaptation work, and now you are part of a family. But I also like to highlight that beyond those 4 new regions that have signed the mission charter, we already had 18 regions from CLIMAAX that had already signed the mission charter before and were already part of the family. So to those ones, you are really key members of our community. And if your regions or local authorities has not yet signed the charter, but if you're interested, please know that the door is always open for regions that participate in the mission project to do so. So I hope that today's workshop will spark new ideas and partnerships, and I can assure you that the Commission remains committed to helping regions and communities to access tool fundings and collaborative networks through the mission and beyond. But before closing, I would like to give you a word on the bigger picture. Some of you may know that currently in Brussels, there are big discussions about the EU budget beyond 27. And at the moment, the future of the missions, including that of the adaptation mission, is not guaranteed at all. And so if you really value this work, and if it supports you in achieving your goals, I really encourage you to make your voice heard and let your national representatives or your representatives in Brussels know that the adaptation mission matters and that it makes a real difference on the ground. To continue the work of the adaptation mission, we need more political support in Brussels, and you can help us with that. So thank you again for being here and for your commitment to building a more climate-resilient Europe, and I wish you a very productive and inspiring workshop.
Yes, good morning, and welcome to most of you again. I already said a few words yesterday, but I would like to take this time to also thank our partner institutes in Catalonia. I start with the Director General for Civil Protection. I think you were a pilot, and you were literally a pilot in this project. We started this journey together, developing technical tools, and from a scientific background we knew it was sound. But I think you really helped us to make it meaningful on the ground, and it was a trajectory of co-learning, I must say. So we also really learned what is needed, what are your interests. And I hope that together with you we help to shape those data sets and that information better so we can serve the needs of the other regions as well. So thank you for that. And the second I want to thank is UPC. Your institute is providing a lot of scientific knowledge into this project, like you're, I guess, most often doing in many projects. But here you have a very special task by you're managing the FSTP, so the cascading fund of the project, which is in many ways a challenging task. I think we were very much surprised with the huge interest in this call. So when we maybe thinking that we had to review 100, or you had to review 100 of applications, we were far behind that. We were over 300, nearly 400 regions were really interested in this project. And I think UPC took a really great job there to manage that, to reach out to the successful regions with successful application, to set up the interconnections and to help to get everybody started. So a big thank you for doing that. Then finally, Sophie, I want to thank you for being here. I know in the end it's just one of the projects, But it's great to see that there's so much interest from the mission. We're doing our best. We saw the proposal on paper, we could imagine how it would be. And it's really, yeah, I must even say fun to see how it's working out, to see this huge interest, to also learn the struggles that you're experiencing at a regional level. But I'm also impressed by the work that has been done in the first 6 months, by the first deliverables that have been submitted. And I hope, yeah, today, tomorrow, yesterday, you're learning what we're doing here, and we can be of help to you to shape things better. Well, we had a lot of questions yesterday and the interaction started, and I really appreciate when you speak up, when you provide feedback, when you ask questions. Daniel, tell more, but you managed to select a couple of successful stories. They are successful stories, but there are of course more successful stories, so all your work has been a great step forward, and when reviewing those deliverables, I was happily surprised to see the amount of work that was already done in 6 months. You had to start up a project, you had to make the procurement, but a lot of work is already in there. And today I want to take my time also to have a look at all your posters. So maybe this coffee breaks, especially at the beginning of the day, we should stand next to it, visit you, talk to you, and really use the opportunities. Yeah, with that, I want to close down and give the word to Daniel.
Thank you, Frederic. Thank you, Sophie. Thank you, Jordi. I think that it's a long introduction, so I will be very short. I think that a difference with other projects in which we are involved, or all of us from the project, we participated in other projects, in CLIMAAX, the most important point is you, is the fact that we are here together with all of you, that you are joining us to make the reality of what we have proposed. Climate change and adaptation to climate change is something that we don't know exactly. We are understanding. We are still understanding what is ongoing, which are the impacts, how to estimate them. We don't have magic solutions for the adaptation. So the way in which the project has been built, that it is invite you to test, to try to do the work at your own place, and to add this diversity through Europe and other countries around Europe, to make a trial, because it's like this. This is a very powerful strategy that allows us to, learning by doing, that it is really important in what we are proposing, because as Sophie said, the real adaptation should be made at the level of the local and regional institutions, and very close to the people, because if we are not able to pass the message to the people that adaptation means a change of way of life, to be adapted to a new world that it is coming, we will not succeed. So you are the ambassadors of CLIMAAX, you are the ambassadors of the mission, and I think the most important is you, and this is why today we will invite these success stories to make this starting point, that we can all together, even the ones that just start now working, or the ones that could be here but will not be part of the FSTP, but are today listening to us, can understand that there is a way to start the adaptation to climate change from the local and regional level. Thank you very much. And now I think we will move to the first session. I will chair, so thank you very much to all. And I will move to directly to the first success story of the day, that you can imagine that for us is a very big satisfaction to present the example of Catalonia, that is our region. Of course, they were a pilot site, so they were inside the project from the very beginning, and for them has been a little bit easier to be inside all the methodological developments and inside all the propositions, so they were a little bit helped, a little bit more than you, but yes. And but I think that it's very nice that that they are here to present their experience. The format of the sessions, let me say like this, will be that we will have 3-4 presentations, short presentations. Personally, I will try to stop them if they are going too far. But the important is that at the end of the 3 presentations that we will have in the session, we can open the discussion with you. I know that being in a big auditorium with the lights down and not in an inviting position to participate, it may be difficult, and it's normal that the audience is shy and don't intervene, but I will really enjoy if you are able to take the lead and make questions, compare with your experience with what you are doing, through what has been explained by the success stories, or even explain something that you are understanding yourself when doing at your own place that connect with some of the comments that the success stories are presenting us. But for the moment, I leave Ainara Casajus to make the presentation for the Catalonia success story. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, I cannot see the slide. Maybe I should move it. Okay. Well, as Daniel said, my name is Ainara Casajos Vallès, and I will try to shortly just present our experience as a pilot, because I really want to move at the very end, because I think there's the juice of the presentation. Well, already my director presented a bit our region. Well, you're all staying in the capital of Catalonia today. And as the director said, well, we have a diverse region, but maybe one of the things that I think are worth mentioning is that we are 8 million people, although the majority of us, we live in this metropolitan area. But then the region has almost 1,000 municipalities, and 3/4 of those municipalities, they have less than 5,000 people, 5,000 inhabitants, which is why, yeah, our work is shaped by this reality, let's say. So yes, I came here today representing the civil protection in Catalonia, and I think I need to share a few words for you to also have some more context. The civil protection here in the region is a whole system, which is based on the collaboration of different authorities, organizations, and stakeholders, with the idea of protecting and securing the well-being of people, properties, and the environment. But our first target are people. So in that sense, the civil protection manages and coordinates all the assets and resources before, during, and after an event, a big emergency. In that sense, I explain that because our work, our action, involves things like analysis or forecast and planning, and finally intervention and raising awareness or sharing information. So it's quite complete. When we decided to embark in CLIMAAX as a pilot, we had a lot of needs, but we chose 3 hazards, which are wildfires, torrential flooding, and heat waves. And we did so because we already had some questions. You can see them here in the slide. Because as the director did in her welcome speech, we need all this information in order to better plan our future action, and most importantly, our resources, which mean money and investments. So we need to convince the ones that are making those decisions. Our work, our participation was strongly linked to the developers, to the partners that, well, it wouldn't have been impossible, our participation with them. So I really want to take advantage of the space and to thank their patience. Also to the idea. We know we insisted a lot in our own needs and how to do things, so I would like to thank, that they were open to adapt and reshape their proposals. I could share the experience with the three developers, with the three partners, with CIMA, with UPC, and CAHI, but at the end the conclusions will be the same, although I will focus only on the part of torrential flooding. As I said, we had a lot of questions, and we had in mind maybe some of the information that we wanted to have from CLIMAAX. And we were very interested in how certain things are going to change, and especially how some variables will be in the future in terms of frequency or intensity, because at the end we really need to know if we will have the time available to prepare ourselves and how we should intervene at the end. So here there's a list, although the list was longer, but here I wanted to share some of the information that we were thinking we could extract from CLIMAAX. Just in order to move to a bit what we have been doing in the pilot, I need to introduce that civil protection, we work with a lot of plans and protocols, and here there's the one for flooding. This plan, the idea is that the plan aims to have all the information needed in terms of emergency planning that allow us to effectively face and manage incidents and emergencies that may occur due to floods. And when I say floods, I mean any type of flood. So yeah, maybe we are very ambitious. In that sense, when I say any type of flood, we consider river flooding, but also coastal flooding and torrential flooding, because this is one of the most threatening events in our region. So the proposal of UPC that it was in considering this impact rainfall thresholds, for us it was very easy to integrate, let's say, in our way of doing, because as part of the plan that I showed you before, there is a study of the risk, and there's a whole structure, and it explains generally how the operations should be done before and during an event. And here we use a lot of information coming from different sources. Some of the, one of the indicators that we use is actually this SMP that you see here on the screen. This is called, in English it doesn't sound so well, but it's something like hazardous meteorological situation. And this is information that comes directly from the Meteorological Service of Catalonia. And they did a whole study for the region, and they concluded that there were, let's say, two big thresholds, which are these 100 millimeters in 24 hours and these 200 millimeters in 24 hours. I mean, these two episodes, let's say, were like thresholds that we needed to consider, both for planning, because the first table, maybe it's not so easy to understand that slide. The first table is, there's a whole study on that in the plan that I showed you before, in this flooding plan. And the second box, for example, it shows how this SMP enter in the decision making, in deciding when to activate certain resources, for example, or not to do it. And that depends on this SMP, which is the value, how the episode of rain will be, and how much time do we have more or less left in order to prepare. So, as I said, that's why it was easy for us to integrate that idea. And then, yeah, UPC supported us in preparing some visuals of how these episodes will be in the future. And here I show these episodes, which is this low threshold. As you can see, like, let's say that the biggest change is that there will be more frequent episodes kind of close to the coast and in the mountains in the north. But we are not an easy pilot, I think. So we insisted very much that besides the 24 hours that we already have this information, and it's true that it's very easy to integrate, we wanted to move forward. And then we studied ourselves which other possible, which type of episode, but short term, will be of interest for us. And after studying it internally, we proposed this 60 millimeters in 3 hours. And then UPC helped us in running all the code and obtaining results for this. And here we also did, these figures, they also come not only from this idea of moving towards shorter episodes, but also to our effort on how to communicate the results that we were obtaining. So here we are showing the return period, but only in 3 colors instead of in all the pixels. That maybe it's true that it gives more information, but here we focus more on the counties, which is another administrative level, which is very common in the region. And then at the same time, we show how there will be this change of intensity. I don't know if it's so easy to see, but some are in color and the other is more like, no sé cómo es diu, ratllat. Like shaded. Sorry, I don't know. So yeah, I will finish here. So maybe with this slide, what I want to say is that as you can see with CLIMAAX, maybe we were only able to reach part of the information that we wanted to obtain, but I want to highlight another thing, maybe a couple of things actually, in order for the whole presentation to be a success story. And I think, well, first of all, engaging ourselves, the directorate, in CLIMAAX, created an interesting momentum for climate change. In civil protection, as I said, is a whole system, so we are used to work together, different institutions and teams, and especially with the operative teams, which are like firefighters or police, so for you to understand. But we do this for risk analysis and for operations, but maybe we didn't had the time, let's see, to discuss how climate change will affect our work. Not only planning, but also any other task or action that we already do. Another thing that maybe I would like to highlight is that being in CLIMAAX helped us to know our needs. As you saw, there are many, but maybe to start considering how to prioritize them, because maybe we cannot have all the information, but maybe with the information that we have, or the one that it's feasible, let's say, to be estimated or to be achieved, maybe we can do something. And finally, I want to say 2 things. One is that also getting in touch with the limitations and the practice of others was very interesting, especially from the pilots. We also learn a lot, but I think having this dialogue with teams in research helped us to understand also how expectations maybe should meet like a common ground with reality. Maybe not reality, but what science can do so far, let's say, you know. Let's also be optimistic. I think we can do more, of course, but at least right now. And finally, which is something that maybe I was not expecting, but I think it's worth mentioning, being in CLIMAAX helped us as an organization, as Directorate General in Civil Protection, to maybe get to know our own shortages as organization. And some of them are very technical, and maybe there is something that we should do in that behalf. Maybe CLIMAAX 2 can do also help us on that. Yeah, and then it was, of course, a very good opportunity to see other sectors and to join with other stakeholders in the region. So, yeah, I think we also have something to thank you for that.
Thank you, Ainara. Thank you for the presentation. Please, I'm calling the people from the Izmir Metropolitan Authority, or no, the municipality. I think there is a presentation. Okay, perfect.
Hello, everyone. My name is Akın. I'm here on the behalf of the Izmir Metropolitan Municipality. First of all, I'd like to thank you, the CLIMAAX team, for this great opportunity to share our experience. Today, I will briefly introduce our city and our project, CRISIS, Climate Ready Izmir, Enhancing Resilience Strategies. Let me briefly introduce Izmir. It is the third largest city in Turkey, located on Aegean coast with a natural gulf and harbor. This city has around 4.5 million people, a Mediterranean climate, and is an important center for industry, agriculture, and tourism. This city is divided into 30 districts, and as you can see on the photos, Izmir combines natural beauty, modern urban life, and rich cultural heritage. But our city is in great danger because of the climate change. In past few years, Izmir has experienced several extreme climate events. We had droughts, floods, heat waves, and even a tornado in 2021. We saw record-breaking wildfires in 2019 and 2024. This clearly shows that the city is already experiencing the impact of the climate change. We have Climate Action Plan, Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan, that helps identify risks and propose actions. It provides a useful framework, but it still has some gaps. One key issue is the lack of detailed location-specific data, and especially in neighborhood level. That's why we need more localized assessment. We hope the CLIMAAX framework and tools help us to fill these gaps, and by supporting more accurate location-specific climate risk and vulnerability analysis. Now, let me introduce the structure of our project. It designs in 3 phases. In phase 1, we conduct a citywide risk and vulnerability assessment for Izmir, focusing on 4 major hazards: extreme precipitation, heat waves, droughts, and floodings. In phase 2, we focused on the Konak district, a small, dense but vulnerable area where they assess flood and heat wave risks are at neighborhood or district level. In phase 3, we will update Izmir's climate adaptation plan and create a more detailed local action plan for CONAC, based on the findings from these assessments in phase 1 and 2. Our project is coordinated by the Izmir Metropolitan Municipality, specifically Directorate of Climate Change and Clean Energy. We have a strong team. The project is supported by a wide group of stakeholders, including municipal departments, district municipalities, universities, NGOs, professional chambers, and of course, citizens, at least we hope. We signed a technical service contract to support our work. The consulting team includes experts in risk assessment, urban planning, and cultural heritage, and other relevant fields. Their contribution improves the quality and reliability for our outputs. To understand Izmir's climate risks, we reviewed several strategic documents, including the CCAP Green City Action Plan. We are a part of EBRD's Green City project. And we inspect the local reports such as Urban Height Island Assessment by CRAHI-UPC municipality. It is a district municipality. We also look at the historical climate records and findings from the Urban Green Up project. We combined this desk research with the stakeholder input also. We held meetings and surveys to identify top local concerns. As you can see, flooding and forest fires came out as the most critical hazards. Because the wildfires in 2024 is recent and it threatened the metropolitan area. While flooding was already part of our risk assessment, forest fires came out as a major concern during the stakeholder consultations, and we plan to explore this further in the next phase. This slide summarizes the key data set we used in the risk assessment. We focused on 4 main climate hazards: extreme precipitation, heat waves, agricultural drought, and coastal flooding. For each hazard, we combined hazard data, exposure data, and vulnerability data, for example, rainfall projections, population density, or locations of critical infrastructure. This data set allows us to produce risk maps and impact estimates, such as urban heat exposure, flood risk to infrastructure, and agricultural losses due to the drought. We won't go into the technical details here, but these data sources are foundation of our RVA for Izmir. This slide shows the future flood risk from extreme rainfall. We looked at 100 millimeters of rain in 24-hour events under the RCP 8.5 scenario. Our findings show that these events will become more frequent, especially in inland areas. The map shows that, I don't know, you can see it's a blue dot and a triangle. Many schools and hospitals are located in the high-risk zones. This means Izmir may face more disruption in education and healthcare services and high risk of infrastructure damage during the extreme rainfall. These findings highlight the importance of protecting critical facilities from the extreme weather events. This slide shows our findings on heat wave risks. The coastal areas face lower risk, while inland regions, especially south and southeast, are more exposed. These high-risk areas have dense populated, limited green space, and more vulnerable groups like children and the elderly. The urban heat island effect also makes these zones hotter, especially at night. And as Izmir continues to grow, the spread of concrete and asphalt surfaces will increase this risk further. Unless we implement adaptation strategies, this risk will grow as temperatures continue rise due to climate change. This is why heat waves are becoming most urgent climate risks for Izmir. This slide shows the expected economic losses from agricultural drought. As you can see on the maps, the southern parts of the region are expected to face highest losses. The maps show projected revenue losses for two key crops, potato on the left and maize on the right. These losses are based on a scenario without irrigation and are calculated as lost opportunity cost, the income lost due to the water shortages. This pattern is strongly linked to precipitation deficit and highlights how drought may affect both food production and local economies in the future. This underlines the need that investigation in modern irrigation systems, especially in vulnerable regions. This slide shows the flood risk in Izmir's coastal areas. Our analysis highlights low-lying northern districts with dense urban areas, roads, ports, and industrial zones face the highest risks. The left map shows projected flood damage by 2100 under the SSP5 8.5 scenario. The right map shows how this risk overlaps with the land use, especially in urban and industrial zones. While the city center and metropolitan areas also affected, the impact seems lower. Sea level rise is expected to amplify flood damage, especially during storm surge in the Bay Area, inland Bay Area. This underlines the urgent needs for long-term planning and coastal adaptation. To summarize, our findings show that climate risk in Izmir not equally distributed. Densely populated low-lying and inland areas face higher exposure. Each hazard brings specific challenges for infrastructure, agriculture, public health, and the local economy. This highlights the need for localized data, stakeholder collaboration, and science-based planning is critical for Izmir. In the next phase, we will focus on neighborhood-level studies in CONAC, starting with the flood and heat wave risks. We also address gaps identified in phase B, such as the forest fire risk, and trying to collect new data to fill these gaps. In phase 3, we will use this insight to improve Izmir's climate adaptation strategy and building long-term urban climate resilience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Akin. I'm calling the people from the Banska Bystrica regional self-governing region.
Buenos días, bon dia, dobrý deň, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and share with you our experience with our project CLIMAAX Insight. My name is Andrea Rufusova. I work as strategic planning specialist at Banska Bystrica self-governing region, and I'm here with my colleagues who are responsible for the technical aspect of our project. As you can see on the slide, our region is quite contrasting. On one side is rich in natural beauty and diverse landscapes, but on the other we are increasingly facing the negative impacts of climate change, especially in the areas where the landscape is altered by the human activities. We are the largest region in Slovakia, but with the lowest population density. We have more than 500 municipalities, many of which have fewer than 500 inhabitants. Our climate story begins with a strong ambition to help our municipalities because in many cases they lack capacities and expertise or financial resources to tackle with climate change. So we aim to create enabling conditions for long-term data-driven decision-making and planning. And as a result of the project, we want to refine our regional policy and prioritize investments and use the outputs to communicate this topic to politicians and motivate municipalities and regional actors to act. We want to create Climate Hub, online living space, where we want to put open data, visualization maps, and decision-making tools to help municipalities that had no resources to deal with this issue for free. We selected two risks, floods and wildfires, as the most relevant for our region, and one of the key reasons behind this choice is the strong potential for stakeholder engagement. As the most interesting, we consider the collaboration with firefighters that are publicly widely well known, and they play a frontline role when something happens. And we successfully launched the workflows, and they provided us with some initial insights. But with your permission, I won't go into technical details and the specific results today. I would like to tell you more about challenges that these two risks have revealed. And these are competencies and institutional responsibilities, the need to rethink our approach to land and landscape management, and data management, and the overall preparedness of local municipalities. When it comes to floods, specifically, we've identified data limitation because currently most data is available only for major water courses, and we need to have a look also on smaller streams and catchments. So crucial for us is now, in next step, build a stronger collaboration with Slovak Water Management to ensure that the outputs that we have from the project will be applicable for flood risk management, but also for nature-based solutions. Because there is a little point in having assessment if the key decision makers don't recognize them or use them. When it comes to wildfires, the assessment gives us an opportunity to open a much broader discussion in our region, not just about where is the highest risk, but also about one of the most sensitive and controversial topics in Slovakia in general, and it's how we manage and protect the forests. The results of our analysis show that the greatest economic losses are expected in the areas with large-scale spruce monocultures that were planted in the past and are highly vulnerable to many stressors. Climate change is so adding like new level or new layer on these topics and on this controversial debate. If we manage or protect our forest or ecosystem in general. And as a regional public, we lack competency we are curious and we are ambitious to open this discussion and create a space for this dialogue about our results. In the next steps, we want to focus on enhanced analysis with regional data, enhance stakeholder engagement, and create a climate hub that I mentioned before. We plan several meetings and workshops where we want to discuss our results with the stakeholders. And for us, the most important thing is to build a long-term and flexible strategy. We don't need like perfect analysis. We need initiate a real dialogue, local expertise, and shared understanding, because it's essential for us for shaping decisions that truly make sense on the ground. And the CLIMAAX framework provides us an essential output for this challenge, and for our ambition to have climate-smart governance. Thank you for your attention. Maybe I was too general in information, but I wanted to point out the not easy position of region in terms of floods and fires in Slovakia, and but on the other side, we feel strong responsibility for our municipalities and our people. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers, and we open the floor. There is questions from your side, comments. Yes, here I see from San Leon Fa.
Aina, thank you very much for the presentation. We are one of the beneficiaries of Pathways to Resilience program, and I know that another beneficiary has a flood early warning system implementation. And I want to ask you if you, before the implementation of the project, if you had communication with the similar organization which have implemented this kind of solution. And I think in Europe we do a lot of job, but sometimes we do not have this communication. I think we can communicate more, and it could be helpful. So, thank you.
Yes, you want to take? Okay.
I will take this comment. You saw me yesterday. I'm Milan Kalaš from CRAHI, from Slovakia, and I had it prepared for my session in the afternoon because I believe one of the big successes of the project and something we should bring maybe forward is the collaboration. Because we are, as a partner in Slovakia, we are collaborating with most of them. We started seeing that they are greatly benefiting from talking to each other, the regions. And you mentioned that, okay, there is another project in another slightly different topic, but similar to CLIMAAX. Actually, I find a lot of synergies between them. So we started organizing monthly meetings with our regions, which are participating either in the CLIMAAX or in Pathway to Resilience. And only this dialogue is extremely interesting platform for them to exchange experiences, not only on the project, but on the topic in general. And I think this is a very important thing to consider for the future, is a mechanism how to guarantee certain sustainability of what we are doing here. Maybe the project will die, money will be spent, the toolboxes will be obsolete, but this community will last. And I think this is a very important aspect to think about. Sorry.
It's okay.
Perfect.
I think it's just like first step. The analysis for us is first essential step, and we really need to put more effort in collaboration. And but we discussed the aim of the projects and the proposal before, mainly with the firefighter units. and the regional department, but also with other stakeholders. But during the first phase, we realized that this stakeholder engagement is a crucial part of the pathway.
Very clear. Some more comments? Akim?
We also want to be a part of the Pathway to Resilience project in the second call. We applied the first call, but we are not succeed. And the second call, we are very ambitious to be part of the Pathway to Resilience project.
Thank you for all for presentation. I just want to curious, my question especially mostly Andrea, because you mentioned some stakeholder meetings. We have also some activities about workshop, but later than, little bit maybe later than our lifelong of the project. My question about what's your, do you have any experience about struggling, challenging part of to involve them, your stakeholders? One of
Sorry,
what type of, do you have any challenge part to involve your stakeholders to really in the project? In our experience, for example, some are stakeholders, they are really involved and they really support us, but some of them, they also important for our region and city to be part of our project, but sometimes hard to convince them to go more deep our project, to support us deeply. I'm just curious about your experience, because sometimes still, unfortunately, climate change issues, they are thinking it's not their priority. It's
yes,
hard to understand for this room, but yeah, but I'm curious about in your region and your challenges, if you have this type of things, and if you find any solution, I really want to learn it. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for your question, and I think it's like 2 levels or maybe more of this problem. The first one is national level and national institutions that have competencies. Sometimes they also have complementary projects, and we just need to collaborate with them and inform each other. I think this is the challenge. But in terms of municipalities, I think the adaptation is more ad hoc, and they react mainly for funding, you know. So we need to find out when and how communicate with them, and I think the aspect of prioritization of the project and preparation of project proposals is crucial for them. So we try to find out how to communicate with the different groups of stakeholders. So, for example, with other institutions that are working on projects from the research part, we try to find something in common in this part, and with municipalities we try to find out how we can use them. For example, how we can directly help mayor of some village, for example, what is important for him. So we can't communicate it like, oh, we are doing CLIMAAX and we are doing climate risk assessment, etc. And but we need to turn it another way, and we need to ask them for their needs and to try to find out how to help them and address the result. So I think this may help, but I have to say that this is really challenging, and we need to work on it hard.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. I guess this question is more for Catalonia, but can be extended. I'm wondering, how do you balance, coming from civil protection, you're very much focused on disaster risk reduction and like intervening as soon as you have a disaster, but how do you balance that with climate adaptation, which is more transformative and more on the long term? Is it something that you are dealing with yourself, or is it something that you have to exchange with other colleagues, and also maybe we can extend the question to the two other, to Izmir and to Banska Bistrica about this link between disaster risk management on the one hand, which is much short term and has a bit of preparedness, and climate adaptation, which is long term.
Maybe the way we understand climate change is an underlying driver of risk. So at the end of the day, we have to do something with it. I mean, it's true that part of our work is in intervention, but there's a huge amount of effort in understanding, I mean, analyzing, having all these assessments, and then in preparing. I mean, and in order to prepare is basic to have some knowledge on how all these hazards are going to potentially change in the future, and how much time do we have left, and which areas maybe we need to support that before we were not considering, and where our resources should be located, you know. Maybe we need to consider also how to change and how to adapt our protocols. So I will say this is part of our own work. I mean, we really need to adapt. And then I will give the floor to the region and to the municipality. But then, as I said before, our work, I mean, the directorate cannot do all this alone. We work very closely with operative teams that they do the response. I mean, they are the firefighters or the medical emergency teams, but there are many other institutions that they are also engaged. Like we work very closely with the teams that I don't know how to translate it in English, but it will be something like they do more like prevention for wildfires, and they even have different bodies and different warnings. So at the end, there's a whole network, and this has been built throughout years. I mean, this is not something, and we are working using this network in our case.
Maybe I can add a view from our perspective. So we have joined the adaptation, the long-term pathway, and also the aspect of risk management in this project. And the main reason was that we are implementing one Interreg project with firefighting units, and it's aimed to increase intervention capacities. And during the preparation of this project, we realized that the communication with firefighters is really easygoing, and they are highly motivated to discuss the issue of climate change. And we find out that this aspect can help us to get the climate change closer to the people, because everyone likes firefighters, I think. And so this was like one soft reason why we joined it. And we also want to use outputs in practical way from the CLIMAAX project. So we want to use them and analyze the intervention capacities, and analyze if the voluntary firefighting corps are in the municipalities where they should be, because in our region municipalities are establishing these corps. So in this way, we also communicate with municipalities and help them with some practical output, I think, I hope.
Actually, in Turkey, it's the main concern about not climate change, it's earthquake. So we have central disaster recovery institution, and they are all responsible all of the country, but in local level we do something to get rid of the challenges of this climate events. And but they recently changed their view. They built an institution. It's about the climate change disaster recovery department, and they focused on risk reduction. And we do all best in local level, but it's the major responsibility belongs to the central institution.
Yes, I think that the planning side is very important, and the risk management plans are directly related with the climate change adaptation. So this is also part, thinking in 50 years what will happen and try to adapt even the response part. More comments?
Hi. First of all, thank you very much for these useful insights. I took a lot of notes, and thank you. And also, I just wanted to share our experience from Budapest, Hungary about stakeholder involvement. So it was just a previous question. So first of all, we decided to contact stakeholders, like organize 2 different stakeholder groups related to interest. So we started to work with an expert stakeholder group, including universities, city operator companies such as the sewer works or the green space maintenance or the public transportation company. And then there was another stakeholder group focusing on the vulnerable population, which is kindergartens, nurseries, social care institutions, elderly homes. And I think that this was very useful because the stakeholder meetings became a kind of platform for them as well to exchange ideas and to get to know each other and even exchange maybe data sets. And also we could, I think, motivate them because before the stakeholder meetings, we started with just phone interviews. So we had these bilateral interviews with them, and then it was nice because the scheduling like a short 20 minutes interview was much more easier than to invite a lot of people, like a cold call from the scratch at a long stakeholder meeting. And then they came very prepared to the stakeholder meeting as well. So I just wanted to share this experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there is another comment there. Please, let's know which is your institution when you intervene. Like this, we start knowing you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ilir. I'm coming from Albania, from municipality of Libohove, which is in south of the country, and representing them today. But I would like to ask Andrea and her colleague from Banska Bystrica. They mentioned that they have a good cooperation with communities. Do you have any practice, or probably I can say a curricula, working with the schools? And if you have, can you give an example and how it is working? Thanks.
Thank you for the question. So as a self-governing region, we are responsible for education, mainly for secondary schools. And now we try to have a coordinator for environmental education in each of this school and to communicate with them. In case of this project, we don't aim to have many activities because it's like, I think for this time it's quite enough, but from the long-term perspective, we want to cover the whole school with coordinator, communicate them. For example, we prepare a catalog for them where they can find other NGOs or other actors that provide programs for education for students. so they can find it, they can contact them, and in this way we started to help them, but also these providers to know each other. So, but it's also area where we start to find out some system or concept. But I think these coordinators and this network will help us.
Other comments? Yes, here.
Thank you so much for all these insights. Actually, I want to share our experience about engaging stakeholders, because we are discussing now this challenge or opportunity for us. Actually, from Antalya Metropolitan Municipality, we had this challenge before 2022, engaging all of the stakeholders about related problems. But in 2022, our General Assembly, Municipal Council, decided to create an environmental board. This is the methodology of all engaging stakeholders about related problems. And the stakeholders, with this environmental board, the stakeholders shouldn't be the part of the solution, must be the part of the solution. This is just like the dedication. And we have actually main partners from our local universities. We created in 2022 with Akdeniz University. They are the main part of this board. And then we engaged 19 districts to these engaging platforms, and we are working together. In 2022, we said to them, this is the win-win solution. You can do something for your district or for your institution with municipal administration, Antalya Metropolitan Municipalities Administration, under municipal control and under municipal finance. That means doing something for them. And municipal winning is servicing the public, servicing the districts, and servicing the institutions. Now, we actually activated for approximately 10 problems in about whole Antalya, and we solved the solution with all of this engaging platform. Actually, in CLIMAAX, this environmental board is the main partner of our solution now. We are activating all of the related stakeholders when we need, and they are really dedicated with using this methodology. Thank you.
Thank you. Some comments? No? Thank you for the comment. If there is no other, we will close the session. You know, we started a little bit late because the opening started late too. We tried to recover a little of this delay. Now is more or less 10:40. We will stop for half an hour, so we will reconvene in 30 minutes. So 11:10, something like that. Thank you very much, and enjoy the coffee, enjoy the posters, and thank you to all the speakers and for the interventions from the audience.
one question. Is it possible to do the numbers on top? Oh yeah, they're, yeah, okay, perfect.
Hello. Sorry by my mistake before with the times, but we are reconvened. Please, the people to talk in the session, I invite them to come already on the stage. Magdalini and Catalina, if you can reach the positions, and Frederic will be acting as facilitator. Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome back, everyone. So this will again be 2 success stories that have been completed by the partners of the first batch. Both of them relate to flooding. First of all, I would like to give the word to Magdalena, and she's going to talk about the climate risk assessments that has been done for the coastal municipality Rafina-Pikermi in Ithaca.
Can I have the thing to change the slides? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having us here. My name is Magdalini Tsaliagou. I'm in the support team representing our Vice Mayor. He's here with us, of Civil Protection, Mr. Haralambos-Zafiropoulos. This presentation outlines the risk and vulnerability assessment conducted for the municipality of Rafina-Pikermi as part of the CLIMAAX project. The successful report received a high score of 9.35 by the scientific committee. To begin with, Rafina-Pikermi municipality spans just over 40 square kilometers and houses a population of about 22,327 people. It's strategically located near Athens and adjacent to the ancient city of Marathon. It's home of Greece's second busiest port, serving 2 million passengers annually. The municipality features a unique blend of urban density and rich ecological assets, such as riverbeds and coastal ecosystems. This duality increases both the opportunities and challenges in climate adaptation planning. The local infrastructure faces critical issues. The water management and drainage systems are outdated and insufficient. Moreover, past land use and planning decisions have left long-term vulnerabilities that need urgent addressing. On top of infrastructure issues, the economic downturn in Greece has further strained municipal capacity. Budget limitations have hindered both emergency preparedness and proactive climate adaptation efforts. Given these constants, the municipality urgently needs a comprehensive climate adaptation framework. The combination of outdated systems, economic limitation, and ecological sensitivity makes Rafina-Pikermi especially vulnerable. Results based on Eurocondex data shows that historically, Rafina-Pikermi experienced 4 to 5 heat waves days per year in the last 35 years. But by 2050, this is expected to rise dramatically to 17, 18 days, or even 23, 24 days on high emission scenario. The area already sees temperatures reaching 40 degrees regularly. Regarding floods, extreme water levels above mean sea level are projected to reach 0.40 meters for a 5-year event and 0.50 meter for a 100-year event. Sorry. Regarding floats, these estimates help guess potential flood scenarios and support resilience planning. In our example, we found that the large coastal areas in Rafina could be severely impacted in the near future by the sea level rise. These slides illustrate estimated flood areas and corresponding economic damages. For instance, at a 10-year return period, damages are projected at nearly 163,000, rising to nearly 600,000 at a 500-year return period. However, these estimates likely underrepresent actual risk in urban Rafina based on past in-house data. Future comparisons between 2030, 2050, and 2080 shows that river floods risk remained relatively stable, while coastal zones are projected to face increasing flood hazards, especially under climate extremes. And last, a message from our Mayor, Mrs. Dimitra Tsevamila, and our Vice Mayor, Mr. Haralambos Zafiropoulos, regarding the important help that CLIMAAX project has provided us to provide a robust scientific foundation and methodology that supports informed decision-making for the local climate adaptation policies. The RAF RVA will establish clear priorities and actionable strategies to mitigate and adapt to climate risk in municipality of Rafina Pikermi. The second phase of CLIMAAX has started, a unique opportunity that has activated the entire city, and extraordinary evidence emerges. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, and a very clear presentation of the work you've been doing so far, and I'm glad to see that you're excited to continue the second phase as well. Then we now immediately move on to the second presentation by the National Institute of Hydrology and Water Management of Romania. And Catalina will be presenting the climate change flood risk assessment that was conducted for the Putna River Basin.
Hello, I am Catalina Petre from the National Institute of Hydrology and Water Management in Romania, and I represent CRAHI Putna team. I will present today, I will present today the results of our first phase with a focus on river flood and flood building damage and population exposed workflow. Our study area is Putna River Basin, which extends over the most territory of Vrancea County, with a population of over 300,000 inhabitants, of whom 70% lives in rural areas. Putna River is a tributary of Siret River, and together with its tributaries, drains a basin area of over 2,500 square kilometers, mostly mountains and hills. And the main major climate-related hazards in Putna River Basin are river flooding and heavy rainfall as a major risk factor for flash floods. The main risks derived from these hazards are loss of life and important damage to property, according also to the effects of the recent severe flood events in the area. Local communities in Putna River Basin have limited resources to increase climate resilience. They have high exposure to natural hazards due to the geographical location and a large number of vulnerable people. According to the major climate-related hazards in Putna River Basin, we selected 3 workflows from CLIMAAX Toolbox: river flooding, flood damages, and heavy rainfall. The main exposed areas and vulnerable groups to these hazards are local communities living in flood-prone areas, transport infrastructure, agricultural land, and water and sewage networks. The scenario selection followed the National Strategy for Adaptation to Climate Change, according to which regional climate models under both scenarios, RCP 4.5 and RCP 8.5, succeed in simulating the general climate conditions in Romania, which gives a good level of confidence for the results of future climate projections. The relevant values of probability that we have applied were selected according to the standard protection values from the National Strategy for the Management of Flood Risk, and also according to the national methodology adopted for the implementation of Floods Directive that requires flood hazard mapping for 3 annual probabilities of exceedance associated with low, medium, and high return period, probability of exceedance. The main results of our first phase are maps, plots, and data useful for identifying potential hotspots of hazard and risk that will be further analyzed in the second phase of the project. Among the main results, we could mention a general qualitative assessment of the potential impact of climate change on extreme flooding, a general estimation of flood damages on buildings and population exposed, and a general quantitative assessment of extreme precipitation evolution under climate change using an ensemble of model simulations. For applying the workflow river flood on Putna River Basin, we tailored and ran the workflow notebook in CLIMAAX Jupyter Hub using the default available data sets in the workflow. As hazard data, we used data set created by JRC based on hydrodynamic simulations forced with past hydrological events and available at 3 seconds resolution for large basins of over 150 square kilometers. As exposure data, we used Europe, Luisa, land cover, and as vulnerability data, the Luisa depth damage curves for land use, both created by JRC. For estimating the impact of climate change, we used aqueduct floods hazard data set, which includes coarse resolution hazard maps available at 30-second arc second resolution for a baseline scenario, which is 1980, and for future climates also. The main risk outputs are river flood maps for the selected return period for present-day scenario, flood damage maps expressed in economic value, and comparison plots and maps between future and baseline scenarios. Step 1 for hazard assessment for present-day scenario, thank you, I forgot, was applied for obtaining JRC flood hazard maps for the selected periods. And due to the size of Putna River Basin, the overall maps resulted were not very suggestive, so we decided to conduct a custom GIS analysis on territorial administrative units in order to identify the most affected ones. For estimating the effect of climate change scenarios, we downloaded the aqueduct floods dataset for Putna River Basin. Due to the resolution of this dataset, only some hazard areas were identified in the middle and lower part of Putna River. Following the default workflow, after analyzing the average of the results of different models versus baseline scenario, a slight decrease in trend in flood depth can be observed. But considering the high degree of uncertainty of this data set, we conducted a custom GIS analysis on the worst case scenario versus baseline scenario by adjusting the code to take into account the maximum value of the results of the aqueduct models for RCP 8.5 and for the return period of 1,000 years. And the result showed an increasing trend in flood depth. By applying step 3 for risk assessment, the economic damage was mapped based on the hazard maps combined with land use maps, damage curves, and country-specific economic parameters that approximate the economic value of different land use types, calculated based on Romania's GDP. Also, an external custom GIS analysis on the main territorial administrative units affected was conducted, showing the maximum and the total damage value for each unit. The workflow for flood damage and population exposed was applied with the same method and the same hazard data as the first workflow. As exposure data, we use the population density estimated for 2025 by JRC and the building data from OpenStreetMap. As vulnerability data, we used inundation depth thresholds for population exposure and displacement based on our experience from our operational forecasting activity, and damage curves for buildings created by JRC. The main results are maps and plots of exposed and displaced population, building damage maps and plots. By applying step 2 for risk assessment, after a detailed analysis on the limitations of exposure data available in the workflow, we selected some relevant areas for the risk assessment and then followed the steps of the workflow. For this, here, the selected area, the selected sector of Putna River Basin corresponds to Lepșa locality, situated in Brancoi Mountains in a flood-prone low-lying area at the confluence of Putna River with Lepșa River. Its relevance is given by the existence of a tourist mountain resort that leads to a significant increase in number of people during the summer season. The risk assessment for building damage based on the flood depth at the building locations, the economic damage to buildings, as reconstructions costs were calculated, applying the JRC damage function for universal class, as the types of buildings were missing for our area in the data set, multiplied with the maximum damage value per square meter and the building footprint area. The resulted maps show the mean flood depth at the building locations and the estimated damage on buildings depending on the return period. Most of the limitations of our analysis from phase 1 are related to the availability and resolution of the default data sets in the provided workflows for our area. The lack of the following data for the study area was the main constraint of the analysis in the first phase. Building footprint and types did not cover all our area. Transport infrastructure layer and socioeconomic development future scenarios were missing. Very important for us, the maximum discharges values and percent change in maximum discharges values for the present day and future scenarios. And of course, high-resolution river flood maps for future climate scenarios. Other limitations of the data set would include the unknown deviations of the flows used for deriving the JRC hazard maps, comparing to the available national maximum flows for different return periods in order for us to estimate the quality of the products from JRC on flood hazard. The main outputs of the first phase indicate high values for the selected hazards and risks. The workflows used are well designed, they are quite stable, and they support the general assessment of different hazards and risks. There is a need to improve the assessment of potential climate change impact on fluvial floods, as the use of aqueduct data sets allow to perform only a qualitative one, and mainly for large rivers. And very important, the result of this phase need to be considered as preliminary assessment, taking into account the limitations of the data sets used in the workflows. But they provide a basis for further analysis in the phase 2 of the project by including local data sets with better resolution, local models, hydraulic and hydrological models, and local tools. As we are currently working for phase 2, we can present a preliminary result from the customization of the workflow flood damage on buildings by adapting and integrating the shapefile with local data on building footprint in the workflow notebook. Calculating the economic damage to buildings using the parameters values for Romania as consumer price index value and maximum damage, and computing the new local building damage maps and costs for the selected return periods. The difference between the data sets used can be observed in terms of number of building footprints, but also in terms of damage, total damage to buildings. Further in this analysis, we are going to include some detailed local data on building types and critical infrastructure. Regarding the future work, we are now finalizing the inventory and analysis of local data sets and models, and investigating ways to adapt and integrate them in the workflows. As a final thought, I want to emphasize the importance of really understanding and the attributes of and the limitations of the data set you use, and to try to interpret the results accordingly. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, for the clear overview, and also your plans for the next steps. And I think that's also what we're learning, that there are limitations in use, especially when we go to the very local scale. Because I must say, at a certain extent, the Putna is already a relatively large river. You can see it on the map, but still you get more an impression of change than you get the real depth value. So that's a very good remark. We agreed with the speakers to take only a very few questions because some of you feel less comfortable, and you're also not covering the entire space of the climate risk assessment. So we can take one or two questions, and then mainly focusing on the technical work that was done in Romania. Feel free to speak up. Now I scared you off. Are you happy to take one? If there is one? Yeah.
So, can you hear me? Do I need the microphone? So, thank you for the presentation. Could you explain both on the stakeholder participation during the first phase of the project? If there was any, what type of participation you have from stakeholders?
Well, in our work plan, we said that all the stakeholder part will be in the second phase of the project and in the third phase of the project. In the first phase, we focused on the workflows and the toolbox, and we didn't conduct any workshop, but we have in plan 3 workshops with the stakeholders.
can see one more hand.
Thank you for the presentation. I have one question regarding this flood exposure dataset about OpenStreetMaps in specific. Did you face any issues with the coverage? Is it complete? Does it miss any buildings, for example?
Yes, they're not all the buildings in OpenStreetMaps, of course, map. You could see the difference in our local data set and OpenStreetMap. In the number of buildings, can be seen the difference.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Good point. Okay. Then actually I propose, as I promised, to keep it to 2 questions, but maybe at the end of the next session, if there are other questions, we can continue with that. Then I propose to continue with the next session for this moment. Erika?
So the presentations are in this laptop.
Okay.
So even though it's streamed over there, you have to move manually here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's basically
Move a slide. And can we point on it if you want?
There was a
With
clicker
this
here.
maybe?
No, I don't think this one can work. But maybe just here use the mouse. Okay, perfect. So we're going to move to the second block of this session. As Frederic was mentioning, this is the water-driven section of the day. So we have selected a few of, I'm not going to say success stories, but example stories of stuff that we saw interesting, especially because you want to engage in conversation that maybe you have a similar situation that here you can see a solution or interact and so on. So please feel free to ask as many questions as you want, or you can look for them in the poster session. So we're going to start with the mountain community of Valchiavenna, I mentioned it correctly, yes, from Italy, and here's Marco Pregnolato, so go.
Okay, hi everybody, and thank you again to the project for this opportunity. I'm sorry, where can I find my...
Oh no, you have to do it with the clicker, sorry, yes.
Okay, oh, I can see it there. Okay, so to start, just a few words about the territory. Valchiavenna is a mountain area in the very north of Italy. It's in fact surrounded by 3 sides from Switzerland, and as you can imagine, is characterized by a very complex morphology, and it faces what I believe all mountain areas in Europe are facing, abandonment of the territory, and a very, and it's of course a very a territory very prone to hydrogeological and meteorological hazards. The mountain community, of which I speak on behalf of the mountain community, although I'm their technical support. It's a public local authority that coordinates 12 municipalities that are part of the Valchiavenna region, and the goal of the mountain community as a local authority is, of course, to protect and enhance the territory. And that's why the mountain community is so active in exploiting all those opportunities coming from the CLIMAAX project, for example, and many others. In the scoping phase, it was very clear that the hydrogeological risk is a priority for the territory there. It's a complex threat, multiple factors are influencing this kind of risk. The morphology, of course, of the territory, the presence of numerous water bodies, the land abandonment, as I was saying before, and an increasing number of events of heavy rainfall followed by drought that makes the land more and more fragile. We worked on 2 workflows in phase 1 of CLIMAAX, heavy rainfall and river flood, but this presentation is particularly focused on the heavy rainfall workflow. And I'm going to present you a bit of what we did and what the results of the phase 1 have been. So in the first phase, for the heavy rainfall workflow, we did 2 applications as foreseen by the workflow itself, of the 2 applications of the workflow, 1 site-specific and 1 at regional level. So for the site-specific one, we selected a number of sites spread across the territory. And these are the red dots that you see on the map. And these are also the sites where the regional environmental agency has some meteorological stations, which we thought could be very useful for having measured data to compare the model data. And then we made an application at the regional level, and we actually used 2 regions that are defined by the regional directive on early warning system and civil protection, but I will say more about this in a few seconds. In fact, as you know, probably the heavy rainfall workflow focused very much on defining some critical thresholds for heavy rainfall events. And in our case, we decided to focus on the thresholds defined by the early warning system of the civil protection, the regional civil protection that is actually in place, because our idea was really to make a connection, a strong connection to the disaster risk management framework for the area. So the regional directive that I was mentioning before defines on the territory of the whole region of Lombardy some homogeneous risk management area. And the territory of Valchiavenna is actually divided into two of these homogeneous areas. On the little map you see on screen, the majority of the territory is in one of these homogeneous areas, the green one, and then there is a smaller portion of the territory in the red one. For heavy rainfall, the civil protection system defines thresholds related to hazard levels. You can see there from very low to high, and you have these hazard codes P1, P2, P3, and so forth. And these are related to a probability of occurrence of the actual rainfall events and storms as extreme events. Sorry, these are the two areas. Okay, so in the first table, you can see the reference values that are given by the regional alert system for the two areas. In this case, we focused on the 24 hours duration period, and you can see the boundaries between the hazard levels, P1, P2, 3, and 4. We decided to focus on the upper boundary between P3 and P4, so going to, I think it's moderate to high risk, and then we selected a value that is about 30% higher than the upper boundary of the high hazard level, P4. And we define, and those are the values you see in the second table. So these are the actual values that we tested in the workflow. Then, of course, we needed to define the I, D, and F triplets. And we were able to do this thanks to the fact that the regional environmental agency provides gridded data with all the parameters to calculate these triplets. The whole territory of the region, Lombardy region, is gridded. The cells are 1.5 kilometers of size. And it's worth noticing that all the sites that we decided to test in Valchiavenna, each of them fall into a different grid, into a different cell. So they have a unique set of parameters. And anyway, thanks to this, we could calculate for each site the corresponding return period for those events. So we had the intensity and the duration, 24 hours, and we calculated the frequency, the return period. And we were able to do this also for the whole territory of the Valchiavenna area. Okay, and then we had to go, as I was mentioning yesterday, with the path A provided by the CLIMAAX workflow. So pre-calculated datasets, precipitation flow datasets, and these are the combination of global and regional models that are available. We decided to test only for RCP 8.5 because we are particularly optimist people. And we tested the historical period, 76 to 2005, and 2 time horizons, the short term, 2011, 2040, and 2041, 2070, the medium term time horizon. And okay, here we are with some of the outputs of this application. Well, of course, we're not going to read each number of this table, but as you can see, basically, what we have at the moment is that each combination says basically something different, and which is anyway promising in a way. This was short term, medium term. And we also proposed statistical analysis of these results, but of course, again, as I was mentioning yesterday, 3 values are not particularly significant for a statistical analysis. Anyway, we have the structure, and in the future we want to have more combinations. These are just a few results, an example of the results we have obtained at with the regional application, a shift of magnitude and shift of frequency. Okay, something about, again, what we did and coming to the conclusions. Our vision of for the application of this workflow was really to try and integrate the investigation with the civil protection and early warning system in place to maximize the usefulness of our investigation, so to say. So we had to start with the assumption that in the whole region, there is a quite mature framework of policy instruments for hazard management and risk management. The regional environmental agency is able to provide very good data and elaboration that really supports the knowledge system and the hazard and risk management system. And the civil protection is also a very well-established system in the area. So starting from these considerations, we decided to really set up also a process of, also in terms of stakeholder engagement and participation, to focus on the civil protection system, and we are starting to really work with the regional civil protection system in phase 2 to move forward with this investigation that we are doing. In fact, in phase 2, the next steps, some of the next steps that we really want to take are, as I was saying, to test more global and regional model combinations for having a more robust indication of what will happen, how the heavy rainfall patterns will change in the future, and to have the possibility to evaluate also the uncertainty of these data, but we need to understand which ones. We want to investigate further the thresholds that I showed you before. That's why we are about to start a strong collaboration with the regional civil protection system, because we need to understand exactly how these thresholds come into play in triggering the alert phases that in turn activate the civil protection machine on the territory. And then, of course, we want to investigate further the role of heavy rainfalls as precursors of other water-related hazards, such as landslides, river floods, and urban floods. And we need to really understand what these thresholds are in terms of how they serve as input for the physical models that the civil protection uses to evaluate impacts on the ground. I think that's all from my side, and I thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you. Quite interesting to see the future steps, and let's see how it goes. I suggest that we leave the questions at the end of the session, and also I think we can take some of the questions from before as well. We continue with the Reunion Island, and here we have Kevin Lamy and Niels Ponsen.
Hi everyone, I'm Kevin Lamy, PhD in atmospheric physics, and I work at the Reunion Island Regional Council, and I will share the floor with Niels Ponsen, which is a postdoc at the French National Research Center. So first, to give you the context, Reunion Island is the French outermost region. It is located in the southwest Indian Ocean. It is a tropical volcanic island covering an area of about 2,000 kilometers squares. It has a significant and complex topography, mountains up to 300 meters above sea level, and the population is rapidly growing, about 900,000 inhabitants. It is mainly concentrated on coastal areas. The population is very vulnerable. There's a high poverty rate, about 30% of the population. 24% of the population reside in social housing unit. The island is also a biodiversity hotspot, both terrestrial and marine hotspot. So it is highly exposed to many natural hazards. Among these, tropical cyclone are maybe the more iconic, and we were talking yesterday about a compound event. And tropical cyclones are really iconic for this because they bring intense wind, heavy rainfall, storm surge, and that can result in death, damage to infrastructure. And even days and weeks after the cyclone, we have troubles with energy security, water security, or food security. The island is also exposed to coastal risks, including sea level rise, coastal erosion, but also many threats to biodiversity, such as ocean acidification, invasive species, and of course, health risk, mainly climate-driven vector-borne diseases. So to tackle these challenges, there's converging initiatives to increase climate resilience. So the Regional Council is actually revising its regional land development plan, which is like how we are going to affect how we use the land for the next 2 decades. So when we do this plan, we also include a climate risk assessment and a climate adaptation strategy. So this is partly informed by CLIMAAX results. And we're also starting to launch regional expert groups on climate change. It's like a regional panel for climate change, like a local definition of the IPCC, which brings together policymakers, local experts, both on the fields and in research centers. And we build upon established local research and observatory infrastructures, but also on past projects like the downscale climate project BIO, or the ongoing CNRS project on the systematic review of the knowledge and solution for adaptation in the overseas territory. So CLIMAAX is a great opportunity for us because it provides us the framework to conduct a comprehensive risk impact study. And before CLIMAAX, we lacked this kind of framework and a background document which structures climate risk, climate adaptation, and local public policies. So we had a few challenges when using CLIMAAX, the toolbox, because there's many data gaps. Reunion Island lies outside of most standard European data sets. So we had to use other data to pre-process other data. There's also the issue of resolution. Some global data are not suitable for rain on island, especially global flow data, land or demographic dataset. The resolution is too coarse. And also workflow suitability, because like coastal processes are not the same for tropical island than for continental Europe, mainly. So the island is characterized by sharp rainfall contrast. There's a strong heterogeneity of water resources. If you look at the mean annual rainfall on the upper right side, in the east side of the island, it rains 20 times more than on the west side of the island. And it's only like 40 kilometers apart. We are experiencing delayed onset of the wet season, and the population growth is exacerbating the vulnerability of existing water infrastructures. Even though we have a dry season, we also have a few world records for extreme rainfall, mainly 12 hours rainfall at about 1.1 meters and to 96-hour rainfall at about 5 meters of water. So you can imagine the high risk of catastrophic rainfall events with this kind of rainfall. So now I will present you the relative DOE workflow. First, a general overview. As I said before, we had to pre-process many data sets in order to use the CLIMAAX toolbox. So here you have three kinds of input before going to risk, from the left to the right. So for hazard, we use climate data, regionalized downscale climate data. We computed DOE hazard index. From local database of demographic or land use data, we computed exposure. And then for vulnerabilities, we had also to dig into national statistics about poverty rate, social housing, state of water networks, etc., to compute the economic, social, and infrastructural vulnerability. And then when we aggregate all of this, we have the full risk index. So before going into the result, just to focus about the climate data that we use. Even though we lies outside of standard European data, we had the luck to have produced recently downscale climate simulation due to the Boyau project, which was led by Météo France. So this project produced high-resolution graded observational climate dataset from ground-based observation. And we also did a high-resolution historical and future climate dataset. So the idea was to take CLIMAAX model. Then it was used to force regional climate model at 12 kilometers resolution, and then we did, the Boyau project did a bias correction technique to go down to 3 kilometers resolution. So on this slide, you can see how we go from local dataset on exposure or vulnerability on the left side to vulnerability index for the various components. So the first row is exposure. From population density, we compute exposure index. The second row is economic vulnerability. We took a poverty rate, price of water, linear consumption index, and computed economic vulnerability. From social housing, we have social vulnerability. And from the state of water infrastructures, we have infrastructural vulnerability. So for now, vulnerability and exposure is static. It is not evolving over time. So on this slide, you can see how we combine every component of risks. So the hazard, which comes from climate data, the exposure, and the vulnerability. And all the three of them give us the risk index. And you can see that depending on where you are on the island, risk is driven either by hazard, by exposure, by vulnerability, or by a combination of these three components. And one thing also what we did was to combine historical and future climate data to have only one timeline. So earlier in the step, before computing DOE hazard, we have to do a normalization on the data. So if we combine historical and future data, the normalization is for the entire period. So then we can, at the end, we can compute risk index changes because it's the same normalization. So we did this for multiple scenarios. So this is for midterm horizon, for the December, January, February season. And you can see that depending on the scenarios, it is very different. The territory is responding very differently on climate change. So for now, exposure and vulnerability was static in the futures, but since we have a demographic projection, we intend to apply the growth rate of population evolution to the exposure, and have also like an evolution of population over time and its effect on drought risk.
Thank you, Kevin. So I will go on the extreme precipitation workflow. So we followed mainly the CLIMAAX methodology, but as Kevin said, we use our local data in the southwest of Indian Ocean with historical gridded observation and climate projection at 3 kilometers of resolution. Then we use, to compute the impact threshold, we use impact data from the French disaster database. So these data are made when there are such huge disaster that leads to a relief fund brought by the French authorities. So then we compute the impact threshold. I will explain it later, and we proceed to the analysis of annual rainfall, annual maximum rainfall, and the distribution fit to get return period. Then we can compute our regional scale analysis. First, here you can see the natural disasters record. So you can see each year all the events that can trigger the island, not only climatic events. So from these events, we just selected the landslides and floods event, and we computed statistics on these events, because these events there is the start event, start time and end time, and with this time we can go back to the measured precipitation and have some statistic on precipitation. So with these statistics, we can select a threshold. Here you can see how spatially distributed are these thresholds, because each event is related to a municipality on the island. And here, for the phase 1, we choose to get only one general threshold for all the island, and this threshold is 220 millimeters per day for extreme precipitation event. So once we have this result, we can compute with the distribution law we have earlier, the evolution of the return period for this particular threshold. Here we can see the first result we have, the preliminary result we have on this workflow. And so the results are quite surprising, because we see, for example, for the part on the top, it's the mid-century horizon, and we can see that there is not linear results in function of the scenario. The worst scenario is the intermediate scenario, so we have to understand why. And this is not the case for the end century at the bottom of the slide. So this is the first result for the extreme precipitation workflow. And we look forward to compute more results and to refine this workflow. So what can we keep in mind after this phase 1, and what can we do in phase 2? So we will conduct thematic workshops with local stakeholders. So the idea here is really to make the collaboration with and to get feedback from people on the field to optimize drought vulnerability indicators and to validate our extreme rainfall impact workflow. So maybe an example would be to get, for the extreme precipitation workflow, to get a distributed threshold based on observed return period, as you can see on the top left side, on right side, and then we will continue and implement additional workflow with coastal and pluvial floods, and in Réunion Island, it's important, cyclonic winds. And at the end of, so at the phase 1, two questions arise from this work. So what methods are suitable for assessing the sensitivity of these results? And the second question is, how can we effectively involve vulnerable population in CLIMAAX in the process? Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Now I open the floor for questions, comments that you have.
Yes, thank you very much for both presentations. I have a question for La Réunion. I think you started off in a very lucky situation. In a way unlucky, because the European data sets do not cover your islands. But on the other hand, a lucky situation, because you had the BRIO projects and there was data available for you. And I think that's something that needs to be investigated for the other overseas regions as well. You mentioned the sensitivity of your extreme precipitation projections. And I wonder, in the BRIO projects, did you have access to a larger set of climate models? Or did you, because you projected the maps, and then you said indeed there is a difference between the scenarios, and in mid-century it may be worse than end of century. But did you explore several models for that?
Thank you for your question. So with the BRIO project, we have access to different global climate models, but only one regional climate model. So we choose to focus on this resolution because you have to know that Réunion Island is nearly invisible in the global climate model, so you can't see every orographic effect, and all the extreme rainfall in La Réunion are driven by this orographic effect, mainly by this orographic effect. And regional climate model better simulate cyclones, which brings as well a lot of heavy rainfall. So we focus on this, but it's a limitation. We would like to have a diversity of models and to compute a certainty, for example.
Oh, there's a question over here.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Miguel Fernández Mejuto from the Provincial Council of Alicante, Spain. My question is for Marco. You have said that you have a lot of aquifers in your area and hydrological issues. We also have. Have you planned to include groundwater data in any workflow you are going to use, or?
Not at the moment, to be honest. In a way, our focus ideally, it would be to get to engage also the companies that manage the basins, the reservoirs, because in the area there's plenty of hydropower production, so there is plenty of that. And of course, it would be crucial to involve those kind of subjects, but we are not working at the moment on groundwater.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? There.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the work you've done so far. Regarding the suggested workflows that you want to add, I'm not asking already on. I think this is something we have realized that we are missing some of the key things that people are asking for. And we sure when we set up to start with, we didn't have all the information what people want to do. So I'm suggesting that we really work together on creating what you need for both of those two workflows. And also invite other people to come with ideas on how we best implement that. I mean, we have some ideas on what to do, and we can have more than one workflow for the flash floods, for example, for the pluvial floods. But that's something we really need to focus on for the next coming months. So thank you for bringing that up.
I'm sorry, I take the chance. Speaking of working together, I remember that the project made available, I think it was an Excel sheet or maybe a Google sheet, in which each region could state what workflows they were working, and so to create a contact, maybe also bilateral. And I was wondering what happened to that. I mean, I think it would be a good idea if we all could fill that Excel sheet and have this information.
Yeah, I'll be replying to that, but I don't know if Christopher or Frederic want to say something about it. Yeah, there's an initiative of collecting which workflows each of the projects are working on, and basically the idea is that if you have any issues or comments or maybe a brainstorming that you want to do, you can contact. I think we shared this a few weeks back, but we haven't shared it again. So I think maybe in the Friday technical meetings, maybe we can do this again so we can keep the momentum, especially for the second open call. Maybe you can find one of the projects from the first open call that have done a similar job, and you can help each other. So that would be really good. Thank you for bringing that up. I don't know if you have one more or two questions. I think we're good in time to get another one if you want. There you go.
It's not a question, it's just a short comment, just to enhance and promote networking and communication. Would it not be possible to upload all the poster, because probably it would not be easy for us to see all the poster that could be interesting for our municipality or region. So having them back at home and having the time to go through them more into detail would help then us to understand which are the municipality or region with whom we could try to establish a stronger relationship. So having the poster would be helpful.
Thank you for that comment, and I will take the opportunity and I will make the job easier for the logistic team here. I think at the end of this week or the beginning of the next, we're going to send a reminder for you to upload your posters, so that would be quite good for us, so we can actually also integrate all the comments and everything that we see. Will help for us, and for you to connect as well. So you will get this email in the next few days, so please upload your PDFs. Then, yeah.
And sorry, by the way, also if it will be possible to upload the slides, I suppose that this is already foreseen. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes, for sure. Any other comments, question? Oh, here we have Victor.
Thank you. Also for the networking, is it possible to organize a kind of forum for people to join depending on the workflows they are interested in? Because there are many discussions during the online sessions, but we cannot follow all of them. We do not know when response to a question from one region or another comes from. But this kind of forum, I think, would be much easier to follow and to put a question in the workflow you are working on. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. We will take it into account because you're right, Mikey. In these meetings, it's more one way or it's really difficult for the interaction. And I think afterwards with the project, we can brainstorm and see what is the best way to help you interact with the other projects. So another comment, question? Oh, yes, another one here. No, don't worry.
It's a very easy comment. Just for press communication, when we go back home, it will be helpful to know how many municipalities were participating here. I suppose in the project there are 69 municipalities participating, or regional municipalities, but to have some data on how many people were here and how many posters were published. This kind of information would provide useful for press communication back home.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we will make sure to see what is the best way to share this data. So we will think about it. I think for the time, maybe we can take one more question. Oh, here, yes.
Thank you. Enrico Valcerrina. Just a reflection from what was discussed this morning and today and this afternoon. There is a lot of interest in understanding how to engage stakeholders, and we learned from before some experiences of people that have done that with interviews and workshops. So I wonder if the project itself could also help us on that. Like if there is a workflow for all the risks, maybe there could be a catalog of tools or also experiences from the project partners on how to actually engage stakeholders. I mean, tools for mapping stakeholders, tools for facilitating workshops, and so on. This is
Thank you for that. I don't know if the partners from the project that are directed to the framework or Frederick would like to mention something on that.
If you want to, I can come in here.
Where?
So, hi, Sophie from the European Commission. This is just to say that stakeholder engagement is one of the key focus of the mission. And so there is a DIY or DIY, I never know, but there is a stakeholder engagement pack on the portal, and there are a lot of activities related to that. So I'm not sure it really fits within the scope of CLIMAAX, but you might want to have a look at that.
Thank you, Sophie. Maybe we can afterwards share it or put it somewhere in the handbook as an external resource. That would be quite helpful. Yes. A last comment, but I think we're quite good. Yeah, no, I think she can.
Thank you. I just want to come back to the comment on the forum. It's very good that you raised that, because we've had this discussion before. We do have a forum, but it's maybe not used, and if it's not used, that means we haven't got it right. So there are different ways of doing this. I mean, one way is to use the actual, GitHub to raise questions, have discussions. But maybe that's not the best way. But maybe we need to talk. Well, the community of practice would be one way as well to create these maybe focus groups or something like that. But the problem with forums, if they're not used, they very often come obsolete and dead. So we need to make sure that there's something that you find useful and interesting to use. But thank you for raising it. We need to be better in creating those kind of not online meetings, but understand what you mean, where you can pose questions and get responses and who to talk to and so on. So that's we need to really think about how to do that.
Yes, and if I can add on that, all the suggestions are also good for us, as Frederick was saying, we can think about how to make an improvement on the networking and for you to collaborate. I know that we have done quite a lot of sessions every week, and Christopher has done a really good job in trying to make it a weekly thing. But moving forward, yes, we can get all the suggestions and improve it, of course. Is there any final comments or questions? Oh, yeah, there's a comment here.
Thank you. Getting back to stakeholders engagement, I had a few discussions with colleagues from other regions, and it seems that it would be very useful for us as regions to have some key messages for the stakeholders organized at the level of the project. So if we can have, I don't know, 5, 8, 7 messages, key messages, we can translate into local languages and to communicate, to be something, let's say, at the level of the project. If it is possible, I think it would be very useful for us as regions. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. We will make sure to discuss this. Is there any final comment? I'm being pressured to extend this as long as I can, so otherwise, we leave it here. Next is, of course, the lunch, so I think everyone is eager to go there. Oh, yeah, sorry. We have a final thing. I think we're doing this before or after lunch? Before lunch? Okay. Oh, we can do it now, yeah, it's better now, so we can leave some time for the catering and there's no pressure on it. So they're gonna do a Mentimeter right now just to get a quick feedback from you. We're gonna set it up quite quickly here, and Frederic is coming, so we can. And of course, thank you, you can leave.
Okay, I think the discussion was already going into the right direction because we also want to use this meeting to learn how we can improve the way we're working together. Well, not everybody may be speaking up at the same time, so therefore we also prepared a Mentimeter. I hope you have your phones with you, and we really want to receive all comments, so negative, positive if you like, but we want to use it really to improve the structure of the project. Maybe not everything can be accounted for, but we'll try to do our best. Keep in mind that it's anonymous, so therefore feel free to post as you wish. I give you 1 minute to scan the QR code or to go to mentimeter.com and type in the code. Let's see whether I still see.
Only one question and we finish, or is another?
You only need to scan it once, and there's 5 questions. Yeah, the first one is easy to get going. I think most of you have scanned it by now. Anybody still needs to scan it? Otherwise, I continue. Okay. I'm gonna go to presentation mode. This is just an easy one to get started. Is your project progressing according to schedule? I see many thumbs up, so that's maybe a good sign. Okay, the numbers don't Okay, the numbers don't change that much anymore. I continue to the next question. And if all is well, I really wanted to keep this anonymous, so responses are hidden on this question. But that means that we can still read everything back after the meeting. Okay, the numbers stop changing. I'll continue to, there's still answers coming in. Okay. Yeah, the next question. Do you have questions about the next steps you need to take in the project? Is everything clear? Do you know what to do? More or less. Yeah. See a good question being raised. When is the next conference? It's actually still quite a long time from now. It's foreseen closer to the end of the project and for some already after the ending for the first batch. So it's around November 2026. We meet again live. Yes, points taken on Jupiter. Yeah. Yeah, templates are coming for the new deliverables. They're being prepared. Can there be a digital conference? Something we can definitely consider. Good suggestions. Okay. Oh yeah, some of you were already on this page. Is there any type of extra support you need? Then the final question before we go for lunch. We're also, of course, searching how we can connect to you, what information you need. So maybe if you have specific requests for the community of practice meetings or the drop-in sessions, please let us know. Yes, I can see very good suggestions and also interesting ones on the funding for implementations. We'll take your comments with us, so I'll close down the Menti for now because it's far too much to discuss. But we look at it back home and see where we can make those improvements. I think they're very good suggestions in here. Okay. Thank you so much. I think we're ready for lunch. Where should we be going? Yeah, it's here. It's over here. Thank you.
we start, we will make a photo, a collective photo all together, and we will try to put all the people on the stage to make the photo from there. So I think that we are 2/3 of the people. Probably the other people are outside. I don't know. Sinu, can you go? Yes. And Erika, can you go to see if they are coming? But for the rest, please, if you can start coming to the stage, we will try to organize the group photo. I go next to you. ¿Qué tal? How do you see the things? Very Let's start. Milan, you start. Go. Miso.
Hello. So let's slowly start the session, the critical one after lunch. We will try to play some theater and entertain you to wake you up. We were supposed to have two nice ladies here, and instead we have this guy. And we will be presenting our success story on heat-driven hazards. I have to speak closer to the microphone. Sorry. And we have our first speaker, Mišo Hudák from Košice.
And we can still invite my colleagues if you are not satisfied with how I look.
Floor is yours.
Or desk or table. Where is the switcher? Or I am telling someone that we need next slide.
No.
How we navigate through this. Ah, lovely.
Sorry.
Amazing.
I thought there's
Okay. Okay, so my name is Mišo Hudák. I'm coming from city of Košice, and in the CLIMAAX we are here on behalf of wider region, which we called area of urban development, which consists not only the city but also 40 surrounding municipalities, which are usually small villages up to several hundreds or thousand of people, and it's okay when I'm speaking like that? Okay, so those small municipalities usually don't have real chance to tackle those topics because they are really small offices. They are not even coping with daily agenda, so they don't have any skilled people or, let's say, structure to work on such things. So this is why we are here, and we put together or joined forces. City itself is divided into 22 districts, so we are like 60 plus municipalities altogether. City in city limits is not that big. It's less than 250,000, but agglomeration is almost double. It's up to 400,000. And we have daily population, which is really, really hugely different of what we have as official residents. Usually we have during the working day, plus 100,000 inhabitants. Okay. So everything from the scratch, from the beginning? No, okay. Lovely. Fine with that. Okay. So with Milan, we prepare something that could be maybe interesting for you, how we implement things in the city. Probably all of you are aware of CLIMAAX tools and all the projection of future scenarios. I don't want to get into that. I want to share what we are doing in a city which is dedicated to what kind of population we have.
Could you just a little bit look ahead?
Okay, I will speak like that.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to. This will be more stand-up than real presentation since this moment. I'm sorry about it. Maybe we will get to context and content. So what I want to share from Košice is three main outcomes that we get outside of those basic topics that we are covering, like heat waves and flash floods, because we found out CLIMAAX and all the other projects that are similar to CLIMAAX are helping us to see much more structured and much more layered situation about what is happening in a city, about not only climate, but also socioeconomics, let's say, attributes, energy efficiency, and so on. So I'll quickly do this, and this because all of you are familiar with that, I suppose. 4 years ago, we established specific department in the city, which is called data analysis. And we start to collect, for the first time in our city, we start to collect consciously and strategically and systematically all the possible data for demographics, for economics, for transportation, and so on, also for climate topics. We finish our adaptation strategy in 2021, I suppose. You can see it in your top left corner. And since then, we are like layering those data because we need to have like a clear path where we are going to invest money to mitigate such a problems as climate change, energy, like overconsumption, and so on and so on. We are one of the top 20 poorest region in the whole EU, so we don't have extra money to do some funky stuff. We really need to invest like really consciously into the places where the need is really like necessary. And because of, let's say, robust data analysis platform, we call it open data platform, we were able to start to thinking about two more hazards that we want to include. It's fire hazards, and Euka, help me with the third one, Zuzka. Fire, and the fourth one, droughts, and droughts. So this is what is happening in real land and in real, let's say, spatial planning when we have correct data. Because of many other attributes like land ownership, demographics, let's say, access to water management and so on, and because of data that we have not only from CLIMAAX but from other programs, we are now planning new park in outskirts of the city center, which should mitigate a lot of problems that are causing mainly because of the flash floods and partially because of the heat islands. We identify, I think in 2021, we identify that we are missing up to 400 hectares of green developed spaces in our city. And we start to look for the land ownership, also topography, geography, soil quality, and so on and so on. But also we start to look on the moments where we have like critical places where it's a lot of vulnerable groups, a lot of infrastructure that's causing like overheating of the infrastructure. And also, as we are a hilly city, we have like specific places where after the flash floods, all the water that are collected on the top of the valley, it's navigating through the city. So we start to see not only data and data projection, but also real spaces, real places in a urbanism of city where we are using heavily data to protect citizens, their properties, and also other attributes. So this is the park which is now under the development of project documentation, where we insisted that we need to put there all the nature-based solutions. We are really closely looking on enhancing biodiversity and water management, and so on, and so on, and so on. So first, there is data, really big models, really big projections, but as we are in a city and we are like really responsible for the not wealth, let's say good condition of city infrastructure and also wealth and health of the citizens, this is the physical projection in a city urban planning, and it's happening. We are now securing some other funds from Swiss foundations and from EU Horizon and other projects. And today our colleagues are sitting in Košice with European Investment Bank to speak about two big budgets. Both are close to 50 million, or it's 50 million euros to invest into the infrastructure of the city. What we are doing also with data, when we have data sets of any kind of small zone, whole district, or half of the city, we usually, in last 5 or 6 years, we usually getting feedback also from citizens, because those data are like numbers, zeros and ones, but experience of the local citizens, how they're using the space, what are the hidden qualities or hidden inequalities, we cannot reach this through the data. So we are like somehow confronting data with everyday life of local citizens. This is one district where really majority of people are over 70 plus. So for us, it's really necessary when we are going to plan this to have their adequate tools to accommodate them. They can stay outside for the hot summers, and they can go to the shop or to the senior center in a really convenient way. I can speak still, or there is some limit?
There is a limit.
Yeah, but okay, yeah.
On the success of on application of the CLIMAAX as well.
Yeah, I can get back. Yeah, of course. We are using CLIMAAX data again in how to say. We put all the data that we have from CLIMAAX, and we compare them, and we join them together with all the data that we had, especially from EU mission climate city neutral cities. We get labeled, and we were audited for over 6 months. What is the performance of our city in waste management, in water management, other attributes? And we can see mission label is not focusing on risks. It's focusing only on performance, usually in like energy level. And we can see, again, CLIMAAX is helping us to localize data on specific districts, on specific communities, because we have like these big numbers from, especially from climate neutral and smart cities mission, which are general for the whole city. It's perfect for us to plan like budgeting and so on and do the strategies, but when we need to do specific intervention in a public space, specific intervention to protect I know kids in kindergarten or senior citizens who are usually live in the south of the city, or vulnerable groups of Roma people who are living on outskirts of the city, we have to use localized data from CLIMAAX. And this is when I'm getting back. When I'm getting back, top left corner on a big screen, we divided city into I think it's over 700 squares. Usually there are 100 to 100 meters, and some maps are 300 to 300 meters, where we can see layering of the risks, and we can identify those communities that are under multiple risks. Climate risks are what we're getting from CLIMAAX, but we closely work with the integration center in Košice, which provide all the services for Ukrainian refugees. We are closely working with municipal police and so on, so we can see some narration that those people who are usually under the biggest threat by climate risks, they are usually also the most vulnerable groups in other risks, like economical failure and any kind of crime activity and so on. So we can see like mirroring or addition in this. There was no question, so there was nothing to answer.
Questions will come. I want to add one very interesting element, what I see, and we didn't expect it maybe at the beginning, to be so prominent, because Košice is the center and there is the urban cluster around it. So all the small municipalities which don't have typically capacity to do anything in this, they are struggling with the daily life. And they are figuring as a leader, and they are helping them to bring the technologies and the knowledge and the capacity to do things that they wouldn't be able to do otherwise. These are the pictures. So this is really something.
Maybe I can add, I had it on governance. This is really, we didn't have this horizontal and vertical approach to tackle those topics before, because it was usually like, oh, this is our district or our municipality limits, so we are only thinking about that area. But climate risks doesn't really follow the municipal territories, and we found out that we could be like the major player for them to help also those municipalities who are, by design, they cannot have such a department or skilled people, because city is usually sucking out like all the energy out of the outskirts.
So, questions? You can become part of our stand-up.
Yeah, you can come to speak into this phone, microphone.
So please, our second speaker.
I'm scared now after you. You will see.
Just keep the distance.
Okay, yeah, it's okay, I think. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Hediye Cerit. I'm representing Cattle Breeders Associations of Aydın in Turkey. Also, I'm coordination of the project, but we are really huge group, and I'm just face of the project, but in my behind, there are really strong technical team. So, you already listed lots of municipality and also regional public authority, but I will take you a small trip, another sector a little bit, in NGO sector and mostly deeply rural areas, because our organization is totally agricultural organization, and we are a little bit different than you, but we have same and, not same, but similar problems. Anyway, so I will picture you a little bit my province and region. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Okay. Three sides of my province and region, especially economically, a strategical vital role in Turkey's agricultural economy, and also strong focus on agriculture, agri-industry, and also agricultural tourism in my province and Aegean region especially. And also, CLIMAAX Dairy project tackles these vulnerabilities through multi-risk climate assessment, emphasizing economically, environmentally, and also European policy dimension of the resilience. And Aydın is the 55% of the population earns their livelihood from agriculture sector, and also another importance, our province is really leading the dairy farming sector, fourth of the province in the cultural breed cattle, and also eighth of overall cattle population in Turkey. And also in my province, and also when we look to overall the Turkey, is the always higher than national average of milk production, and also scale of the cow in per farm. And also when we look at environmental problems, prolonged droughts and extreme temperatures and unpredictable weather events threatening and sustainability of its dairy sector is really high risk for my province, and especially also İzmir municipality mentioned is really risky for our Aegean region in Turkey. We try to, with this project, and thank you with this chance again, we try to align with European policy also with this project. Our project, as I mentioned, yes, thank you to remind me, and climate resilience enhancement in dairy farming is a little bit hard to pronounce for me, so we can call CLIMAAX Dairy, it's better for me. And main objective, of course, is the enhanced climate resilience in dairy farming sector, and also broader all if we success in Aegean region as a good model. And also, we are trying to, of course, it's good to make a projection in future and adapt it under the climate change effect, but also we get a really practical results after this project to apply for our local farmers if we succeed. Also, basically, I will try to mention to you in my organization, it's established 1995. We have more than 4,000 members, especially dairy farmers in our organizations. And compared to, of course, municipality, our capacity is not so huge, but really, compared to in Turkey agriculture organization, we have a historical background. It brings us at least a little bit strongness. And also, our city is good about partnership, especially key stakeholders. We are strong partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, Aydın Provincial Directorate, also my colleague with me in here. But as I start the discussion a little with stakeholder problems. We have some problems, the other organizations, mainly the other agricultural organizations, because it's not their problem, especially it's problem of the lack of the capacity, especially. Also, I want to mention a little bit our project team. I am project coordinator of the CLIMAAX Dairy project. Also, as I told you, we have huge technical advisor. I just want to highlight, especially Dr. Çağrı Karaman and also Associate Prof. Nusret Demir. They are really supporting us for projection of the technical hazard under climate change. And also, when we looked a little bit at geographical location of my province, population is approximately 1 million, more than 1 million. And also climate, as you guess, is Mediterranean climate because we are located close to neighborhood in the Greece. When we apply the project, there are a little bit disadvantage, we can say. We have no data, of course, we are not member of the European Union, but also we have advantage of the Greece, neighborhood of the Greece, because we use their data as an example, because we totally share the same climate and really, really similar problems. And also economically focused, as I mentioned, agriculture, agri-industrial production and tourism. And also, I just want to basically mention some production because Aydın is really significant about especially dried figs. It's unique city. So climate is really important to protect this production, to adapt it under the climate change. And also strategic importance, my province is really key contributor to Turkey agricultural export economy. Also, I just want to picture you a little bit, unfortunately, high risk of the more than 15 years, extreme hot weather, so it's getting, unfortunately, worse. When we looked a little bit risk of the screening value chain in our sector, when we look to our project, just maybe looks like based on the local farmers and dairy sector, but it's huge expand sector. Especially it's interesting in all of you because you are the last user, we can say, and consumers. We need to protect especially food safety, also food security. Why I am spotlighted and local farmers is really important to adapt it and try to train them in new world of under the climate change, especially when we look to details a little bit, potential across the value chain and possible adaptation to intervention. I don't want to explain, don't worry, all of them, because I can share easily why I prepare intensive presentation, but I want to spotlight especially animal health. Because of the problems of the high temperatures and heat stress of the cows, there are some problems, but at least still we can save something and there are some solutions. We can prepare some improved barn ventilation cooling systems, but small problem, we need huge subsidies for it. Why we apply this project to convince the policymakers? We need to show them the projection because they, unfortunately and hugely necessary, they need to transition some subsidies if they want to change behaviors of the local farmers according to climate change. And then when we look to milk production, it's also risky, lowers of the low milk production, milk yield. We need to shade structures and misting fans and optimized feed rations, and genetic selection is another topic, but it's too technical. I just want to say it's also another solution. Of course, another problem is marketing and distribution. We need to advance refrigeration technologies in here, and also climate resilient distribution planning, and expand use of sustainable packaging materials and temperature sensitivity. We work for hazard risk, extreme precipitation, heat waves, of course agricultural drought. Drought and main spotlight agricultural drought for our sector. Also it's really high risk in my province and region. And also because of located in Aydın, Büyük Menderes Basin is the flooding and river flooding especially is really high risk for my province. I want to details of these risks, so I want to start extreme precipitation. It is good picture for you because of the, okay, it's not directly location of the, I want to mention to you really deeply, it's not clear for first price because of lack of the time and also lack of the data. We just forecast of the location of the dairy farms. But we are aim also for future work. I will mention you a little bit in the end of the presentation. We will planning to deeply go to the show you in the real location of the dairy farms and make a projection for it. Many of dairy farms are concentrated in areas experiencing some of the highest increasing extreme rainfall. So as you see, the sum of them is really high risky. When we look to heat waves, the central and southeastern parts of Aydın are most vulnerable, increasing heat wave risk, putting many dairy farms greater exposure to intense heat stress, but at least compared to another part of the province, it's better. I always highlighted an agriculture drought. This is the, we are, at least for my organization also, in our understanding, these results and these outputs is the most important for us, because I always mentioned when we apply this project, and it was really hard to unfortunately convince people it's our priority problems or not. But after this first report, we are so happy because everybody start to get more close to us and getting more collaboration with us, because they saw real result. Because when you look to this figure, we work for two products, maize and wheat. In this period, in the future period, unfortunately, they will lose in per hectare for $100. So it's getting more understandable now, because, you know, unfortunately, money talks. And it's more clear. When you talk with people, they are understanding you more when you show them. Also, as I mentioned to you, as the river flooding is the main problem for my province because of the located in the Büyük Menderes Basin. So the extent of the damage shown in this map suggests that farms located near rivers and low-lying regions need the proactive flood adaptation in the measures. When you look at the first one, it shows high risk of the flood damage, and another mostly focused on the flood depth. And the last one also show combine of the risk of the river flooding. It's end of our four hazard risk, our projection. In the second period, as I mentioned to you, we want to go more deeply about local data and integrate, especially we will focus on the real person and real dairy farmers. We are planning to make some surveys and pilot and pioneer dairy farms and some person-person meeting, and also some, according to the scale of some dairy farms, we will make some survey and research. And also, of course, we will planning to talk another partners of the chain, like milk production and companies. And we will see, I hope we will make a more detailed projection for second part. Thank you for listening to me.
Nice presentation from the perspective of a sector. And I would be really I would really like to hear if there is another representative of sector, so not from the municipality perspective, but maybe shifting it for a very particular use case. Nobody. So do you have any questions for the speakers? Or for me, representing the one behind the heat workflow? We don't see anything, so we need your help identifying people. No?
Thank you. Yeah, it works. Hello, it's from Budapest again, Hungary. And I have a question to Košice. You mentioned that you are already in the action phase when you use your results from the climate risk assessment to plan a new park in Košice. And can you detail a little bit more how did you convince your planners and decision makers about this specific location? So what kind of tools did you use? You just showed them maps or, yeah, so this kind of input. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a combination of factors. Those land were unused for almost 30 years because of an unsorted reclaiming of the land. So we found out that we as a municipality get option to buy out the land and to have new quality, new development there. We also compare all master plans that we had for the place itself and for the whole city, because old master plan is from 1970s, new one was under development in last 11 years, and also there was like local plans. So we put all of them together, and we found out that because of the ownership of the land, we are not owning that much greenery places in a city that are underdeveloped or not developed at all. We found out there is unique option to have their park. And there was a question of what kind of park, because there was like populistic thing like, oh, let's have playground there, let's have something there. And this was the moment how we somehow sorted the quality of the park because of the data and because of another project that we have with Finnish city, Turku. They're really working on nature-based solutions and on enhancing biodiversity. So we put all of those attributes on top of each other, but mainly, to be honest, it was, maybe you are aware, some of the cities in Europe are owning 70% of the land, some of municipalities owning 10 to 15. So there was no that much option to have parks anywhere because we are not owning that much. So we were saving the space for such like adaptation, let's say attributes, because it could be easily turned into something else in some development or selling it for private purposes. So it was half coincidence of ownership and half was like this data-driven decision-making that we start to do in major scale 5 years ago, I suppose.
So, if I understand it well, your decision makers, like the mayor or the city council, they were open to this data-driven decision making. Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, because there is a lot of emotion in city council, and if there is like almost equal like votes for something, this is really like got really great value to not have it even, but vote for something.
Thank you.
I have a question to Hedaya. You mentioned that you have
communicated to stakeholders that climate change might lead to up to $400 loss per hectare. I was curious, to which extent was this amount challenged by the stakeholders? And did you also connect that with the subsidies that they are usually receiving? How much trust did they have in this, in the project, in the estimations?
I mean, just want to confirm the question. I mean, you are asking like they really trust our data, or basically not? We convince, yeah. Especially, yes, we convince them because at least we have good image in our region. Also, we talk in another participant from Hungary, a few minutes ago, she asked the question, if you have for local farmers and also this type of local organization, if you have a huge history with them, you are in the breach for them and easy to convince them. But problem, if they, at least in our experience, if they tell you, okay, the climate change is big problem, the world is blah, blah, but if you don't say them any numbers, affect them directly, it's in the beginning of the proposal, at least I can say, when I prepared the proposal, it's hard to convince them because they are always saying, no, it's not our priority, we have another problems about economically or something. But after we show them this type of numbers, they are getting, of course, I am not saying in the 100% now they are fan of this research, but I am saying at least compared to beginning, we get some steps and some pathway, really better to compare to beginning. But it's really a long way. You need to always be in the road and get in contact with them because if you don't go on and struggle to convince them, we never get an issue about it. Now, at least they want to change something because of their future of the farms and their sector.
Hi, I would like to ask you the following question. Do you plan further to differentiate your territory according to the level of risk?
Yeah.
And do you plan to use some thresholds provided by a CLIMAAX project, or you will put your own thresholds so to identify the level of the risk? High, middle, or low, and then to differentiate the territory. And by what technology? GIS, maybe?
Yes.
Thank you in advance.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Yes. Firstly, we divide the risk of as you mentioned in the difference, and for example, the short future we try to project, and according to this future, we are trying to offer the policymakers this translation of according to this risk of the translation of our subsidies, as I mentioned. But as you ask me, if you don't divide of the risk, it's not same solutions. Yes, thank you for this question. Yes, but to be honest, in the first phase, we mostly focus on the short projection, and we are planning to go in the second phase to divide mostly in the risk according to short, long, middle, and the future scenarios. Maybe.
Thank you for your answer, but I would like to ask you, how do you plan to differentiate the territory, not in
not risk. Okay, okay, sorry for my misunderstanding.
Temporal aspect, but territorial aspect, according to the level of the risk, high risk or middle risk or low risk.
Yeah. We
and to develop maybe a map of level of the risk.
Yes. But according to province, it's not, when we look to our research and the results of the thing and the inputs and the projection, it's not huge difference of the divide when you divide the province. But if we talk about the whole region and Aegean region, yes, it's the especially coastal part, and another part is really different problems and solutions. So we are dividing not in the province, but in the regional.
I am João from Greenmatics. I'm helping some of the Portuguese regions. I have a question because you're a cattle breeders association, right? I think a lot of the people who are dealing with agricultural drought as a risk have this type of association as a stakeholder in their project, in their region. How do you have any advice on how to take like insights from the CLIMAAX workflow for this domain, for the cattle breeding? How can we take from the workflows, from the conclusions we devise from the workflows, and create real insights for these types of associations locally?
Thank you for this question. Especially, I was really expecting this type of question. Because I also, in some coffee breaks, I try to mention the people. I totally agree you. I think we might be the stakeholders in this project. But we have these problems, but unfortunately, I mentioned to you honestly, in my province, nobody apply these calls. We little bit push to apply, especially municipalities in my region, also local authorities, but they don't want to get motivation. I don't know, reason, maybe lack of the time or something. And we really need this type of projection in my province. It's, as I show you in the figures, it's really high, under the high risk. So we dare to apply because in our backgrounds we have some climate change research, but not so deeply according to climate tools. And then we are working with the technical team, of course, and consultancy externally. So we are supporting us and this type of, as you asked, this type of part. I'm not sure is your answer, but maybe another part of your question.
If you have any advice, as you were just saying, you would be normally a stakeholder for the municipality of Aydin.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice on how to deal with this type of associations, how to create insights that might help them prepare?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, it's totally. I advise you because I think you are a representative of the municipality. I'm right.
I'm the technical consultant for
okay. But your project I am referencing, and your project is part of municipality.
Yeah, we're doing doing agricultural drought workflows for Baixo Alentejo in Portugal.
Yeah, exactly. I totally highly recommend to be partner, and at least not the official partner, but maybe like a stakeholders with our type of organization in your maybe region or province, I don't know, because we are really the last user in this, because we know really very well in the local areas, because we are working in there. But you are making sometimes more central projects, it's understandable, but the applicability of the areas is not same. So if you make a huge collaborating with them, maybe, I hope they have a motivation like us. It depends also on motivation. But if you find that this type of collaboration, it's really support you in the, because they know knowledge, they know how to apply, so they can show you the real problems in the areas, in rural areas.
Yeah, that's what I like to know. Thanks.
Do we have some more questions? I will take this opportunity now because I think we're opening up a really interesting point. We are both representing consultancies, and eventually there is like a market uptake which we, well, maybe partially addressing, but maybe not. But this is exactly like when I was thinking of CLIMAAX, of course we are partially addressing the regions, but to make the money flow, to sustain the machinery running and keep on updating and putting new data into it, also we need to bring maybe business on board. And this is actually a nice story, and that would be really interesting. And I think this is maybe also in line with what you are asking. Like, you are a sectoral, so there is money in it. This is not only like adapting the regions and everything, but maybe involving the stakeholders, the business people, to start looking into these things. Maybe if you start showing them how much is the loss coming from the climate change, they will listen and they will start investing into resilience. And like, if we can bring it up at the project level and start collecting these things, it would be really nice. And I would even volunteer to maybe facilitate these conversations. And I think we're closing the session, and I have an appeal. Like yesterday, I had the feeling that people are afraid to touch the workflows. Like the workflows are only the basic recipe which will give you the idea, this is the starting point. Like really, I want to encourage you, start digging into it. If you have difficulties, you come back to us. We have community of practice, we have mechanism in the project where we can like facilitate these conversations. And I think really it is important because like the poster sessions and the conversation and the coffee breaks, it gives so many ideas how we can get things improved. So I think this is super important now, and we are still in the phase of the project where we can start addressing and receiving the feedback loop. So please, whatever you have, come back to us and we will try to somehow improve. Andrea. Thank you a lot. Thank you all the speakers.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for enduring this long. We arrive to the last session before the coffee break. We are still talking about the success stories on health-driven risks. I'm the facilitator, Andrea Trucchia from CIMA Research Foundation, and it's my honor to introduce you to the two marvelous speakers that we have gathered here in this table. The first one will be João Santos from the Comunidade Intermunicipal do Baixo Alentejo. I'm sorry for my Portuguese. And he will explain about the implementation of the workflow and the results so far. Thank you.
Hi, I'm João Santos. I'm from Green Metrics AI, which we are consulting. We are doing the technical part for the intermunicipal community of Baixo Alentejo. I don't think it's Baixo Alentejo is a region in the south of Portugal. It's right there, it's above Algarve, below Alto Alentejo. Baixo Alentejo is predominantly rural, so it's in the south of Portugal. There's some characteristics about Baixo Alentejo are right here. It has a low population for the span of the region, so it has around 1% of the population of Portugal and around 8% of the total area of Portugal. A little bit, okay. Being in the south of Portugal, it has the climate is really hot. It has a Mediterranean climate, a really high mean annual temperature, and around a third of the year we have maximum temperatures above 25 degrees. This presents a real issue. Also, the precipitation is unevenly distributed along all the year. So there's a lot of precipitation during the colder months, during the colder seasons, and on the other seasons there's large periods of drought. It's a very agricultural region of the country. It's mainly focused on permanent crops, so vineyards, olive oil, almonds, and this poses a problem with, this is a bit of a foreshadowing of a problem with the CLIMAAX workflow we encountered. Also, a little consideration, because of the uneven precipitation, there's a big project. One of the biggest European artificial lake is in Baixo Alentejo. It's the Alqueva Dam. And there's a big artificial irrigation project to help agricultural production in the north of the region. So because of these characteristics of the region, we chose the stakeholders and talking with the partners and the representatives of the region. Three hazards were selected for the workflows, so agricultural drought, heat waves, and wildfires. I'm going to go through each one to tell you some of the problems we encountered, what we did, what we are currently working on, and future work for phase 2. Around agricultural drought, doing the hazard workflow, doing the hazard process stipulated by CLIMAAX, we found that the region has a big problem with drought. So some of the crops, some of the evapotranspiration values calculated for the crops included in the CLIMAAX workflow reach yield losses of 50%, upwards of 50%. Some of them are around 20, 30, and some of them are reaching upwards of 50%. So there's a real drought problem in Alentejo, and this is following the path, the RCP 4.5 pathway, so it's somewhat conservative. We reached the problem when we tried to calculate production losses and money losses. Because of the crops, that the Baixo Alentejo produces, being permanent and not being included in the CLIMAAX workflow, we didn't reach any real money value invested. There was also some problem with the data sets. There are some more cyclical crops which we know are produced in Baixo Alentejo, which weren't really represented in the map SPAM, for example, of 2010. So we had some problems. Right here is one of the barley, Portuguese for cevada, is one of the highest ones, and still it's 24,000 euros projected loss, which isn't much. So just to give you a little information about the work we are doing in phase 2, we're trying to go back on the workflow, take the main outputs and the main objectives the workflow is achieving, and trying to implement them into permanent crops. We're getting production zones from land use data sets, the national land use data sets. We are currently researching that. And we're going to get estimates, or we're trying to get estimates from producers to actually have a monetary value associated with each region, and then we are going to calculate the evapotranspiration and the yield losses for those regions. On heat waves, the heat waves workflow worked fine for a region. It's based on Eurocordex data, so it's easy to implement. We found that the north of the region, which is the more populated areas, aren't as vulnerable to heat waves right now, are projected to be as vulnerable for heat waves. It's around 300%, which is still a major evolution from what we see now, but the southeastern part of the region is the more affected one. It's mostly natural parks and more rural, but this also presents a problem in the heat wave considerations. For risk, we did what the CLIMAAX workflow predicts, which is recommends, which is we took vulnerable population data and we crossed it with the heat wave evolution data, defining the different levels, like the 1 to 20 level of risk. And the conclusion is most of the more populated regions, because of the high level of heat wave evolution, most of the populated regions show up as a very high risk for public health. There's Baixo Alentejo being a more predominantly rural region and having a more distributed population, and there's a lot of vulnerable population, a lot of vulnerable people which live in remote villages or in remote towns, and this is also a problem we want to study. So, going back on the population density and going back on that, we're trying to also evaluate more remote zones, like the house insulation. How can houses deal with heat, so we can do metrics and strategize with that data. Besides this, we also do in more urban zones, in the cities of Baix Alentejo. The main city, the most populated city of Baix Alentejo is Beja, which is the one exposed here in the land surface temperature map. We can see that the land surface temperature, which means the temperature you can feel when you touch it, when you touch the surface, is really high. It follows a normal distribution. The mean values are around 40 degrees. This data is for the summer of 2024. So it was last summer. We did an average, a mean of every single Landsat point for the whole summer, and we got this distribution, this normal distribution, with a really high mean. We can also see that some zones of the city are much hotter. The periphery of the city is much hotter than the center. The center isn't. It's more developed in greenery and in parks, and so the periphery is much more hot and the temperature is much higher. For wildfires, we tried the machine learning model, the workflow, and we reached. Because there's a big incentive for wildfire prevention in Baix Alentejo because of the agricultural production. It mostly being permanent crops, they are at the risk of burning if there's a wildfire in the vicinity. The model, we didn't have a class balance high enough to actually develop the model well. We're currently fixing this by developing the model for the whole nation, so doing a national-wide model for Portugal, and then having more classes, having more data points to actually train the model. We're doing other considerations while doing this. So, for example, we're trying to go out of CORIN land cover data and into the national data set, which is much more regionally focused and regionally rich than CORIN is for our country. And it also has like 3 species identification. Like we can identify which species are in a forest in a zone. So we can identify eucalyptus, we can identify sobreiro, and take analysis and take metrics from that. So, summarizing the key findings during phase 1 and what we're taking from phase 1 and going into phase 2 with a new mindset and a new way to develop. And right now we need to fix the agricultural data mismatch. So we need to fix we need to focus the workflow into real crops which are produced in the region. From heatwave evolution, we're trying to quantify as well the effect of vegetation, for example, in urban areas. So what we're trying to quantify how how having high vegetation indices from satellites affects the surface temperature at each city, at each urban area. And we're also trying to give a little more focus to remote zones with low populations, with much elderly populations. There's a lot of villages in Alentejo with 10 people, but 10 much older people, so they're all vulnerable. And some of these villages and towns are so remote that there's an incentive to maybe strategize how to help them better. And we're trying to fight the wildfire model imbalance and the results by doing what I just told you of the national model with new feature engineering, looking at Eclipse data and seeing what we can do to Eclipse data to better make it more temporal, to make the model actually follow the projections, the temperature projections. And then we're also looking at substituting and having more land use classes, which is one of the main features of the current model, the current proposed model, and doing it nationwide to improve the results. And with this, I'm finished. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much to João for the nice presentation. I think that if you have any question or comments, write it down, because at the end of the 2 sessions, we will have a question and answer part. Okay, so it is my utmost pleasure to give the word to Aigaleo municipality of Greece, specifically to Mr. Jason Markantonis.
Hello, thank you. I'm Jason, and I am a climate data analyst in the National Research Center of Demokritos. And we are a subcontractor to Egaleo City in climate risk assessment of the vulnerable communities of Egaleo. The municipality of Egaleo is a densely urbanized area of Western Athens with more than 100,000 inhabitants. And the municipality aims to improve the factors of environment and socioeconomic aspects of the city by by participating in more than 15 EU projects. Demokritos and the RL laboratory that I'm working in helps Egaleo City in all these projects by doing the climate data analysis and building the frameworks to face climate change for Egaleo. As I said, Egaleo is a very urban area, but has the largest park in Western Athens, which is Egaleo Grove. But other than that, has limited green spaces and faces the threat of heat waves and the urban heat island effect. A lot of times, a lot of days, temperature exceeds 40 degrees Celsius. And also wildfires are part of the danger because Egaleo neighbors the mountain of Egaleo, and there is a high risk of wildfires. The city also faces a lot of socioeconomic problems because low-income families live in the city, and a lot of families that have immigrant history. Also, the infrastructure of the city are not inadequate to face the threat of climate change, and there is a growing demand that needs to be faced. The purpose of the project is to define and deliver a more localized and inclusive and just climate risk assessment, and refine a new strategy for the climate risk to face climate change. The objectives of the project is to create a new holistic and inclusive vulnerability assessment, and identify and adapt by proposing new measures for the citizens. The key impact metrics that we have used are socioeconomic, like age and sex, or demographics and socioeconomic, sorry. And impact on buildings is also a metric that we use, like the physical characteristics of the buildings and the road networks of the city. So far, we have made a climate risk scoping and a stakeholder mapping, and we have used the Euroheat and the Fire Weather Index workflows from the CLIMAAX for the heat waves and the wildfires. We have done the preliminary results need to be updated with the use of local data from the Hellenic Statistical Authority. And so far, we 20 municipal and Democritus staff members are working on the project. We are doing monthly focus groups to renew the process. And we have indicated, we have find new five new climate indicators that need to be identified for the communities. Okay. As for the heat wave workflow, we have used the Euroheat workflow. And by using the Eurocordex data, we have found that heat waves are going to increase dramatically in the future by even by 140% under the RCP 8.5 scenario. And with using the land surface temperature and the world pop data, we have made an assessment of the risk for the municipality, which shows that the high risk is the big avenues of the city, but this is a bit problematic because that's not the reality of the city, of the population density. For the wildfire workflow, in the map you can see the whole region of the Attica, that shows that the Eurocordex data are too coarse for the case of Egaleo. That is, Egaleo is inside the blue frame, which is the whole western part of Athens. And by the colors you can see the seasonal fire weather index that has and the fire weather risk can be seen with the dots. We have used vegetation and population data to assess the risk, and a big risk is we expect big risk for the future period of between 2045 and 2054. The measures we need to take measures that can be applicable and to safeguard the municipal infrastructures from the climate change dangers and gradually reduce energy consumption. And the measures need to be fair and face the specific needs of the inhabitants of the city, and integrate our findings into the strategic plan for Egaleo for climate change. The stakeholders that have been engaged in the first phase are municipal stakeholders, scientific stakeholders like Democritus, and non-governmental stakeholders. The next steps are to integrate the local data from the Hellenic Statistical Authority into the workflow, to do monthly focus groups with local stakeholders to evaluate the process and the proposed measures, and enhance the cross-departmental collaboration, and also raise awareness using the results of the workflows. Some limitations that we had during the first phase of the project is that the world pop data do not reflect the reality for the population density in the city, and that we need higher resolution data So we must use high-resolution data from the Hellenic Statistical Authority on socioeconomic factors. For the fire weather index workflow, we need to use higher-resolution data than the Eurocordex. And the heat wave workflow is based on relative scaling, so it is not possible to do an objective comparison of the risk. And as I said before, and all the people here, the need for local data is very high. And a final thought that the people in the municipality had is what forms of local knowledge or citizen-generated data could be formally incorporated into climate risk workflows to improve their relevance and fairness. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to both Jason and Joao. Now we are like a little bit short on time, but we should have a consistent question and answer session. So don't be shy and start asking to our opponents, please.
Thank you so much for presentation. And my question, of course, as you guessed, to you because of agricultural drought. And you mentioned in the K findings about mismatch in some crops, especially olive or the others. We have same problems, so thanks to share this one. Because we also just work in maize and wheat, but we have another agricultural feeding crops, but we don't find a solution now for data. Do you have any solution, and do you have any
Currently, the solution we have for the Portuguese is using national data. So I don't know how to help you in Turkey. So because they're mostly permanent crops, our case in specific, the land use data set we have, which actually it was supposed to come out this year, February. It's a bit late, but it's going to come out eventually. The latest version. It includes areas, and then we can estimate production from those areas, and we can talk to the stakeholders of agricultural stakeholders to actually get some production estimates, and then the evapotranspirations and all the ambient engineering, the climate engineering part is well studied, and we can just incorporate it into the workflow. Our idea right now is taking what we have and then redoing the agricultural workflow for permanent crops and for those specific. I don't know how to help you in Turkey because it depends a lot on how much local data you have and what local data you have.
No, thank you so much. I just want to learn your experience. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Carla from Comunidade Intermunicipal do Altâmega e Barroso, de Portugal. My question is for you, João. Our region is very similar to Baixo Alentejo. The scale is very small, and we have municipalities very in a small scale. So we have lots of problems with forest fires, and we want to learn more and take the tools to create scenarios. My question is, can we use the tool and create scenario for lost population? Because in our region it's a problem, the loss of population. And the scale, can we work with small scale? Thank you.
Right now, what we have implemented for this region and other regions which work with us is we do it by hectare. So 100 meters by 100 meters, we calculate the fire risk. I think it's the default. It's a default on the workflow. Yes. And we work with that, and then you can incorporate, if I'm not mistaken, the World Pop dataset with its problems and its methodology also estimates by hectare. So I think it is. I don't know if it's 10 by 10 or 100 by 100.
I think it's 100 by 100, but I need to check, yes.
Yeah, so you can just cross both datas and try to get an estimate of population which are in high fire risk zones. That's the way I would do it. I don't, but it also depends because you can also get it by civil parish, in our case, in Portugal. Civil parishes have the census data, and you can see which civil parish has the high risk and try to estimate it from census data. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's see if we have other volunteers. Don't be shy. Okay, if not, I can give also a comment on to our Portuguese colleagues that the integration of different on different, let's say, spatial scopes of the framework that we are pushing forward is very important because it creates synergies and allows to people to share data inside also the same state. So you have standardized, you have the land use that is same for all Portugal, for instance, and can be used in the workflow very easily. You need just to change an Excel table, so it's like half an hour of work, let's say. And also you have a good digital elevation model, I guess. And since there is a success story for the wildfire workflow in Portugal, in the Baixo Alentejo, but we can transfer it with no effort, and we can capitalize on that so that all the municipalities can learn from each other and don't reinvent the wheel each time. So it is for that that we are here all gathered, because we need to talk to ourselves. We are not alone. We are building a more resilient network, and the objective is that to walk together in a brighter path under these climate change uncertainties. So I don't know if I animated more questions or comments. If not, I would like also to conclude adding something that it is also the same thought as Milan, that is these exercises, these workflows are not to be interpreted as a magic wand or a crystal ball. They are like a sandbox. It's something that you need to open, to look into, to ask questions. You have our emails. You know our faces now, so we are in danger basically as the consortium. But no, aside from that, you need to play with that to adapt to your situation, and you have the ad hoc channel in order to ask for suggestion or to receive suggestion or ask for some kind of assistance. And the other thing is that it's not that is the consortium that is actually teaching to municipalities, but actually, like in my experience, is me, like as CIMA Foundation, but in reality, all the consortium is learning from the municipality and the regions. It is a bottom-up approach, and the strength of CLIMAAX is also the people gathered here. So thank you very much, and I think that we can move on. Please, please.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon. Thank you, the speakers, for this very interesting presentation. Here is Juan Bautista from Lugia Project, Open Culture from World Calavera, a city in the south of Spain. So my question goes to the Altejo project, Joao. So one of the slides were speaking about, well, the problem of class imbalances. So the difference between precision and recall, that is something that, in fact, we are finding very often, especially in the heat wave analysis. So how are you solving that specifically? Can you give more hints on that? Thank you.
Right now, the main solution we're pursuing is doing the model for the whole nation, at the national level. So the precision and the recall are some metrics you can take from a machine learning model. So, and right now, doing the machine learning workflow bottom up with the considerations which are currently in the workflow for Baixo Alentejo aren't enough. So there are two ways to approach this. There are some data science methods and mechanisms we can use to combat this and to fight it. And there are this would be the less ideal way, because these mechanisms sometimes have some problems, and the more ideal way, and the one we're pursuing right now, is doing expanding the scope of the model and then extracting Baixo Alentejo from the whole scope of the national level, which is right now we're working on it. It's still a work in progress. So I don't know if this helps you in your region at the heat wave level, but any questions you can also ask me outside.
Perfect. I don't know if there are any late questions. If you have any volunteer, it is also difficult because of the light. We are blindfolded. But okay, a question over there.
Hello. It's not really a question. It's sad because we are Greeks and we are late. We were 10 minutes late and we missed the opportunity to take a picture. And if everyone would like to take another picture with us, would be very nice.
I think this is up to the consortium lead.
Then people won't believe us.
Well, I think that we can do the effort. I don't know. We have now the last coffee break, that it is the last opportunity to get some look to the posters. At the end of the coffee break, we need to collect the posters, to get out the posters, and we will have the end of the last session that will be a summary session. What we want is that you can express your feedback about what has been done, well, the organization, but also the outcomes of the workshop, and also make questions, last general questions. So this is the purpose. The coffee break is only half an hour. Now is 4:30 up to 5, and then the last summary for the feedback and the questions. Probably, I don't know, Sonso, what's your opinion? Probably we can make the effort again and come here and do the photo with our friends, Greek friends, and then go to the coffee, and at 5 we are back here for the summary, the last session for the summary and the feedback. Thank you. Well, thank you for staying with us up to the end. let me start saying a few words before we start with the summarization and feedback. Remember that you can visit the museum. Probably you have already visited the museum, but in case of, remember that at the end of the session it's possible to get a look and enter. There is a very nice rainy forest and an exhibition about all the connection between the material world, let me say like this, and life, that it is very nice to see. I don't know if Frederick is somewhere there. Frederick. Thank you, Carolina. And well, you have seen, Dana is there. Dana, Frederick is, oh, it's coming. You have seen, we have tried to organize this in this PAC session. One question and answer yesterday. Today, these success stories to show some of the examples from the first open call. Of course, we knew that half of the people belonging to the second open call don't have advanced enough to be active, fully active, but we thought that it was good to start in this way. And we will be very happy if, apart of having further questions about the technicalities or the things or the ideas or what you got from these days, you can also give us feedback about the format of the meeting, about the capacity to interact with each other, because we have still 20 months in front of us of the project, in which this the remaining deliverables, we have started with the first for the first open call. We have the second and the third for the first open call, and also the first and second, third for the second. So we have a lot of work that should be done, and we can be aware of your suggestions to improve what is in the handbook, to improve some of the workflow, to improve the information to you, to how you can use this information to open the workflows and adapt to their own needs. But also, like it has been said, probably from the project, help you better to interact again among all the third parties, and support more the exchanges. So all these things that have appeared, now we have the opportunity to have further feedback from you. So this is the purpose of this session. It's not just because we want to stay up to the 6 here, but it's just to give you the opportunity to provide us further questions or feedback about anything of all these details. So I will say that if you can put the light on the auditorium, because we need to interact with the audience, and our people with the microphones are ready, please, we can start. Comments, suggestions, questions, there.
Okay, thanks.
My friend from Albania.
Yeah, thanks. As you mentioned, municipality of Libohova is with the second turn of the municipalities, and it was very helpful day today to understand and to know better, a part of networking with people here, but to understand and to know better the requirements of the project and what we have and how we have to proceed in the future. For that, I would like to underline, it was when It was this kind of survey, short survey made in first session. Was a question or a comment, I don't remember exactly. Do we have another meeting, at least online? I would really appreciate if we will have in spring next year probably, or I don't know, another meeting online. Thank you very much for everything and for the effort and for organization of this very, very good and fruitful meeting today. Thanks.
Thank you to you.
And I can confirm that we are indeed willing to organize that. I heard the suggestion several times, so we will look into the organization of that.
So, first of all, thank you very much for all the organization committee, all the work that has been deposited here. Everything has been, according to my personal point of view, and we, as a team from Lugia Project in Work Calovera, a huge success. And my question is mostly concerning about some specific tooling for keeping continuous communication among all the members of the CLIMAAX project. I'm talking not only about our open call, the second open call, but also with the members of the first open call. Probably the tool already exists, but please correct me in that case. I'm talking about possibly some kind of communication tooling like Discord or Slack, where we can be all in constant communication and exchange ideas and points of view in a more agile fashion. That was just my question.
Thank you. I think we have heard this advice, and we will take it into account.
Yeah, is there something ECMWF wants to feedback already, or do you have a follow-up question, or we just look into how we can organize that? To put you on the spot.
Not more than that. This, I completely agree with that, and this can be quite informal, as you say. You suggested Slack or something like that to have just like a very informal, direct way of communicating. We have had these drop-in sessions. We also have the community of practice, and we now going to merge the community of practice with the drop-in sessions in a way. So going forward, maybe after the summer, you will see a change in how this is done. One thing we discussed, for example, is to let regions come to teach other regions what they have done in a specific workflow, for example, so we can make sure that this transfer of information and knowledge is done in the best way possible. So we'll see what works. We'll keep trying to get to a good solution. But if you feel that you're not getting enough information on this, please make sure that we are aware of this. But we will try to think of ways of doing this in the most efficient way.
Don't be shy, don't be shy. Let's at least know your opinion about the format or what we have done these days. No opinion, really? You have no opinion, nothing to say?
We say when it's quiet, it must have been successful, but now maybe I'm too optimistic.
No news, good news.
Maybe just suggestions to also to improve connection and the toolboxes. As I discussed with Milan earlier, maybe to organize some groups, be it formal or informal, on how to improve, to have some discussions, open discussion, how to improve the toolboxes. What are the major issues encountered by most of the users, and what can be improved in one stage or another. But this doesn't mean to be very formal or something like this. Just to have some meetings from time to time, let's say for heat wave toolbox or for heavy rainfall toolbox and so on. And only people interested in that toolbox participating. Thank you.
Yeah, also here we are discussing the form of how we can do it. I think it would indeed be really nice also to hear back from you the developments you made and of course also the problems you encountered. And I think we should indeed really group that per workflow, because then you work with, you talk with a group of experienced users. So that is also going to be part of the community of practice, and we need to see whether it's going to be a drop-in session or a community of practice meeting. But yes, we're definitely foreseeing that. It's a very good suggestion.
Sorry. I have one maybe suggestion about this sectoral approach. I like what we saw from Turkey, and just for example, when we are dealing in our region with water management companies, their point of view is absolutely different towards what municipalities need to do. And I would really appreciate when those bodies can approach in a different way, maybe take them here to show their point of view on such management, because we are somehow harmonized, but it was so obvious like how different was example from Turkey about the sectoral point of view. And I think it's nice to have this feedback and this confrontation of different point of views.
That is an interesting but more difficult one, because then we would have to facilitate your sectors to also be here. And possibly that is something that we should be doing on a national level, because then there is at least a certain consistency of stakeholders. What we do want to address is that stakeholder engagement in a follow-up session. So maybe we won't have the opportunity to bring everybody in the same room, but we can follow up on the topic. Michaela also wants to say something.
I think this is a very important point that was raised, and it shows again how important it is to bring in the stakeholders and to have an engagement with the stakeholders at the very beginning of the process, so already in a scoping phase and also in a risk exploration phase, and not just after the risk analysis has been done. So I think this continuous engagement and can also help to find a common way, and to maybe also to get certain stakeholders to think differently about climate change. Maybe some stakeholders are even they don't know about certain things, or they are skeptical. And I think with this continuous engagement, they will, it's easier to bring them together.
Are there any more questions from the regions?
It's not a question, but just maybe offer it's possible. Everybody, of course, agree. Because of the limit of the time, we don't get contact all of us, because we are a really huge group. Maybe according to some area, for example, which workflow we are working, we can make a sum, if everybody okay. For example, of course, agriculture drought or drought generally, we can maybe online small groups meetings and share the ideas. maybe it might be more effective, because in here, unfortunately, we don't have a workshop chance with small group. Okay, we try to discuss in coffee breaks. Also, we need to drink coffee, eat something. There, it's not so effective in my side. Maybe I can't success. So I want to really appreciate in small groups meeting and get in more contact, because we have a still huge project time. Maybe it's good to share something more.
Hello. Oh, sorry. My name is Nina. I'm from Sweden, Håbo municipality. And I just want to say thank you for this event. I think the venue has been amazing, and also the food. And maybe a suggestion for these making time for having workshops, like discussions in groups, that perhaps this question and answer part could be digital next time. Because today has been really rewarding, and I think it was amazing. Yesterday didn't give me as much, but perhaps group sessions would. Just, I don't know if other agrees, but that's my opinion. But thank you very much.
Yeah, no, I understand your suggestion. It's a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. I think that the biggest problem with facing climate change is education, because you know, in Greece, people are throwing stuff that are supposed to be for recycling in the same bin than with the common garbage. And I think that those projects like CLIMAAX should aim to reach schools and transform the society into be more knowledgeable about climate and climate change. And also another problem is that even if you throw the stuff need to be recycled in the right bins, in many municipalities they just take it all and they mix them, and at the end they burn them. They don't recycle. And also there is a need to be more control on the municipalities, how they apply the measures and how they, you know, the stuff.
Yeah, the raising awareness. On the education, I already heard from someone who is involving a master student or connecting to university at that stage, but also, yeah, I guess it's a task for us all to share our point of view with the local communities. Yeah. Okay, and we, yeah, Andrea.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm here again pestering you all. Like, as also have been said in this roundtable session, I think that it's very appropriate that pilot areas and municipalities, regions that have common areas talk to each other. And also as part of the wildfire workflow, since it is a workflow that is very customizable and where you can do some kind of trick, you know, in order to change resolution, enhance results, and change climate model or change land use, the importance of a good forest type. And so, like, at national level, the good practice can be shared and should be shared, and I encourage, like, I will write after this meeting has ended in the next days to all the areas, the experts that I met, because we should have or a mailing list or some kind of mechanism in order to share the snippets of code, some results, in order to grow in a homogeneous way and get the most out of the workflow. But it applies, I guess, to any natural hazard. Thank you.
Thank you for your investigation. Do you think the create a portal, web portal, like Amazon or Google Earth engine?
Sorry, you mentioned a overlooked engine?
Yes. Create a portal like this Google Earth engine or Amazon they include satellite image and process step by step.
Can you further explain?
Okay. You know that you use the Arabic satellite data and a lot of satellite data. Sometimes we need some data, for example, Sentinel-1 microwave data, Sentinel-2 multispectral data, Sentinel-5 data, and etc. National Agent Space data, you know that. And all of them is maybe you may create a web portal, the space, the cloud system. The users use them and show the outputs, show the some things.
You mean that the regions would also be showing the outputs of their work?
Of course.
Ah, yes, sorry. Now I get you. Yes, this is something we're considering. And I have two responses. I think the first is the JRC Risk Data Hub. We want to see whether there is a way to collect all the outputs that we got, to see whether it's consistent and to see whether there is indeed a way to show it on the European scale. But on that part we are exploring, and I must say it's not fully clear yet how we can do that and whether the data is consistent enough. And then I'm looking for CMCC for Davide, because there is a plan to make a Climate Explorer that will be developed in the last years of the project, and there they really want to collect the outcomes of the regions with user stories. So I think that would also be a location to get this. But if I understand you well, yes, I think this is an important point. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to suggest you, and may I ask you, the leadership of the project, to choose one or two best developed papers for each of the risks, and then to choose one or two best developed papers by sectors, and then to spread them between us so that to have them as a good example and to prepare our papers in the same way. Thank you.
I think that in the handbook there is a section in which there are some examples, but we will try to improve, of course. This is clear. This is a message we receive from you. Some more guidance, I understand, from examples with a good results that can be helpful for the new ones arriving to try to apply this. Yes, we will take this.
Thank you very much. You have been wonderful. And it doesn't mean anything that we talk now. You just gave us courage and we are talking. You did a fantastic job. I liked many ideas, so maybe the idea for a forum and a part specific for its risk would be amazing, because we will take some work from your hands. We can, in the forum, discuss whatever I have a problem, I just write it, and someone might have encountered it, and they can help me. And if we cannot solve our problems, we can discuss then in the forum, okay, let's make a meeting. So this could maybe make your life a bit easier, because you see we have a lot of questions. Thank you very much for everything.
Okay, thank you for this suggestion, and good to hear that there is quite some appetite for this kind of forum. Yeah. I think there are no more questions, no more hands raised. And that's perfectly clear. We also had a lot of feedback from you during coffee breaks, during the survey, and during your presentations and earlier discussions. So we'll pick that up. Of course, not everything can be implemented, but we'll definitely make sure that most of these ideas are landing somewhere. So really appreciate that feedback. I also really enjoyed seeing you here today. So we have been in touch by email, we have been in touch online, but it's meaning so much more when you're talking to a person and learn to understand the work you're doing, the problems you face. So I really enjoyed these days. It was a super nice place to be. It was really well organized, so that is really something I'm grateful for. And indeed, I hope to meet you again in Brussels, and we should definitely stay in touch in the meantime. So with that, I would like to close the meeting. Thank you all for coming all the way. Safe travels back home, I would say. We'll maybe be around for a little bit more time with the consortium, but I think with this, it's time to go home, but be in touch, because I think we're kind of becoming a family, and definitely at national levels I can see that's happening, so that is really great. Thank you for your time.